District 1.
Good afternoon, all. Patrice Horseman, Supervisor for District 1, present.
District 2, Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current Chair. District 3.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Adam Hess, District 3 Supervisor.
Thank you. District 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. And Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
Thank you. And District 5.
Yeah, the District 5, Lena Fowlers. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and get started into our first discussion item. Discussion, update, and possible direction regarding local, state, and/or federal legislative and/or administrative matters, including fiscal year 2025 congressionally directed spending requests. And with that, I'll hand it over to our team.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. Pleasure to be with you here today. Just a note before we head into this, we have Bob Holmes and Anna Ma who will be joining us, as well as Keith Breckus. They're here virtually. Thank you for being here. Just to start with some success, over a week ago, we did secure $2 million in the FY24 minibus package for post-wildfire flood mitigation and forest restoration projects. So that's good. And we also secured 2 budget blurbs as it relates to law enforcement on federal lands, directing the agencies to support increasing requests going forward to provide more law enforcement on federal lands, as well as workforce housing. And that was a direct result of this board's advocacy on programmatic requests. So with that, transitioning here to FY25, we continue to bring these requests forward. We have a great track record here with Bob Holmes and Anna Ma, providing excellent guidance and support as we move these projects forward on behalf of our residents in the county. And so we did bring this forward on January 16th, apologies. We've narrowed the list down to 5 projects that we're seeking your direction to submit today. The first project is a $4.5 million request for a joint operations center for emergency management and flood control district with some shared space for public works. The second is another request for $1.625 million for the Coconino Tribal Nation Services Center. Third request is $405,400 for HHS medical examiners, facilities upgrades and equipment. A project for IT digital transformation to help the clerk of the board digitize some documents going back to 1891 for $150,000 for IT. And then finally, emergency management with a $250,000 request for a mobile command post. We did reach out to Senator Kelly's office. I want to thank Senator Kelly's staff and Senator Sinema's staff, Joe Russell in particular, for providing great guidance. With the current guidance this year, we were unable to identify a funding bucket to move the Fort Tuthill bathroom project forward. That's just not within the senator's guidance. However, we're continuing to explore federal funding opportunities to deliver that infrastructure to the gem of our county. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Bob and Anna just to give a brief update and outline of the guidance and what we're dealing with as we head into an election year as it relates to these potential FY25 requests. And then Keith will drill into some of the more specifics on the projects. And thank you. Bob?
Thank you, Gregory, and thank you, Keith, and thank you, Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Begay, and members of the board. I'd like to echo Gregory's accolades for everyone, including his government affairs team that does a tremendous job. We were talking to Senator Kelly's office yesterday, and they were saying, oh my gosh, you guys do better than Phoenix. So we must be doing something right up in northern Arizona. So it is a tribute to all the good requests. The reason we chose these 5 items were simply put because they hit the sweet spot and they give us the best chance at success. And so that's why we ask for certain earmarks over one over the other, because we want to have the best chance of, again, success. And some of these, like for instance, on the House side, they don't accept certain projects, and on the Senate, they don't allow certain projects for certain things. So what we tried to do is we try to find projects where we can target our members that will be favorable to them and will be less competitive and less oversubscribed. So that's kind of the thinking behind this. We didn't try to pick winners and losers per se, just the ones we thought would be best chance to have a favorable outcome. And we've been successful in the past using this method, and hopefully in the future too. So that's all I've got, unless Anna's got anything to add.
I mean, I think that wraps it all up. It's again, it's choosing, we wish we could choose a lot of more projects, but obviously there's only so much resources out there. And so we just kind of with the guidance of the board and obviously with staff, we wanted to just make sure to have the best rate of success, which obviously we have had so far. And so knock on wood, we'll continue doing.
Right. And honestly, getting one earmark is always the goal. Getting two is remarkable. In 1 year, we got three, which is almost unheard of. So there are a lot of communities that don't get any. So
We actually got 4.
yeah, that's right. That I forgot about that little IT one we got. So that's right. Yeah, I've never seen 4. So it's great. Congrats.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And just want to recognize all your hard work while we were out there in February making our hill visits. That contributed. So really appreciate your support in helping us achieve these earmarks and these milestones. So thank you.
With that, I'll turn it over to Keith just to give a brief rundown of the projects.
Hold on, Keith, before you move on, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob and Anna, for being the ears and the eyes for us, and also setting up all those meetings and making sure that we got to those meetings safely and back. And then also, this is a real good team that we have here, and we go out of our way to make sure that, we take everything into consideration and with your help to prioritize what funding is eligible for what project. So that's really very helpful to us as a board. So I greatly appreciate both of you for helping the county here, and thank you so much.
Please continue.
I look serious, but I'm not, so.
That's
we're
why you're
good.
supposed to make them wait just a little longer. Put them on
That's
ice.
right. Ice the kicker, as they say in football. But anyways, they always end up kicking the field goal after they ice them, so that's what I'm gonna do. No, so anyways, we are aiming for 5 projects here, so we're gonna submit 5 because Bob and Anna said no more than 5. And we were gonna come to the board with direction, but some of the decisions were sort of made for us. So we basically have 5 projects that are still eligible that we're considering. So if you're good with all the projects, then there isn't really a process of vetting them. Now we can look at some of the things like the match, or as we submit them to the portal, we might have questions that come up. So we might, at that point, we might come to individuals just to see if, or with the county just to see if the matches are in line. But some of the projects like the medical examiners one, I believe, do not require a match. So it's kind of a no-brainer to go for that. The one thing Gregory didn't mention, I think, unless I missed it, was that separately, the sheriff's office is still also reapplying for their $300,000 search and rescue vehicle. That doesn't really, since they're doing that separate, that won't really count against the county's submission, so to speak. So we could get 6 wins if all of them went through. But again, we should lower expectations this year. The way Congress's composition, the odds of getting all our projects through are probably not very good, but anything more than 0 is a success. We'll try there, but I'll go over them real quickly. But unless people have questions, I'm not going to beat a dead horse here. We've brought these projects to the board a few different times, so I think you all are familiar. But the first one was there's two facilities projects. One was the Joint Operations Center, the joint with the Emergency Management Flood Control District and the others to have a coordinated site. The second one was the completion of the Tribal Nation Service Center. There was a congressionally directed spending grant earlier that funded part of that, and basically this would fund the other half of the funding for that project. It was like about a $3 million project total, and we've gotten a little under half of that. This request would be for the remaining portion of that. The medical examiner's office equipment upgrades, 405,400 there. With recent retirement and some of the opportunities that bring before the board, the medical examiner's office, as we've been able to highlight some of the good work they do, but having upgraded equipment will help them do that work even better and more efficiently. And then the fourth one was the digital transformation, as Gregory said, to digitize a lot of documents going back in time, which would be very helpful. And the final one was the second mobile command center for emergency management. And unless anybody has any questions, I'll leave it at that, other than I'll point out that these senators, as we mentioned before, have a joint portal, so we only have to submit to Kelly and Cinema once as a team, and they're working together. And Joe Russell from Kelly's office has been leading webinars on those projects along with staff from Cinema's office, so that's been very good. But also the House opened their portals. Ruben Gallego opened his recently, and he's looking for statewide projects, so we'll submit there as well. And that's what I have, unless people have questions.
Are there any questions or comments by board members? Supervisor Horstman.
I think you're wanting a little bit of direction from us. I think that the 5 recommendations are great, and I appreciate Anna and Bob's giving their input on this. We've been successful with that method and formula in the past, and fingers crossed it'll continue. So I'm absolutely in agreement with the 5 that as presented.
Great, thank you. Are there any other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I too support the 5 projects. We've been talking about it, and something we need to move forward. And I'm really happy that the sheriff continues to develop the search and rescue. Our county has, as he has reported before, we do have the most search and rescue activities in the state of Arizona. So I think that's very important that we continue to support the sheriff on those projects. So thank you.
Supervisor Hess.
Yeah, this has been good. You guys have really laid it out for us. I appreciate all your hard work and making sure that you broke it down to a level that I could understand and know that everything is needed, and really putting our eggs in this basket and going for it. I look forward to it. Fingers crossed we'll get all 5 at +1, and I have trust and faith. Thanks, Bob and Anna.
Yeah, thank you, Bob and Anna.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, certainly we were discussing this for some time now. And I just want to say that the needs are all evident in these areas that that's being proposed, and we're looking into and getting going for the dollar. So I just want to say thank you, Greg, and also Keith here, for really being the middle people and then the forerunners here within the county. So I do support all 5 of them also. Thank you.
All right, well, it looks like all my colleagues have spoken. I as well support all 5 and look forward to seeing how they progress moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. We'll get the submissions put in as soon as possible and keep you posted on the progress. And thanks again to Bob and Anna for all their work on our behalf in DC.
And we're still recovering from the over 30 appointments.
We are too.
I had to buy new shoes.
We are too, but we really appreciate you all being out here. We had a great trip and look forward to doing it again soon.
Well, thank you for all your hard work. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next item. Done with legislative? Yes. All right. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is introducing the fourth installment of our budget discussions with the board. Today on our agenda, we have emergency management, public works, and the flood control district, and also wrap up afterwards. But again, this is the fourth installment of various presentations that departments and elected officials are making to the board. We'll have another one, I think, on the next one. Let me find out. On the 26th of March, the budget presentation topics will be Parks and Recreation, the Library District, and the Board of Supervisors. But today, as I said, we'll be kicking off with emergency management, public works, and flood control. Okay. So
Please continue.
order. Who's next?
Good afternoon, board. Ooh, let's trash some county equipment here. Not a great way to start. All right. Good afternoon, board, chair, vice chair, board members. Thank you for your time today. I know the board process is long, so we're going to be try to be very clear and concise, and we're going to take a slightly different direction with our presentation to you this afternoon. This is how we operate. We believe in this model. We've had this model now since I joined back in 2020. Tim and I actually developed this early on when it was Tim, Mark, and I. And as the department has grown with some new staff, we continue to really try to look at the important things here. Saving lives, right? That's what it's about. Life safety is always number one. Protecting our property, our environment, and looking at special events. One of the things that I think is very important is how we address special events. Unfortunately, we live in a pretty turbulent world today. Excuse me. We look at special events and we look at things that have happened around the world, around the nation, and special events, an area that we have really started to focus a lot of attention on, and has really brought home that last couple words for our mission statement. So we can talk more about that offline, but we have a very robust effort to support all the concepts in our mission statement, and that is really what we try to do every single day. I wanted to talk a little bit about how we embrace the 4 pillars that the board has brought out. I'm certainly not going to read all of this, but we look at the first pillar, one county response and collaboration. And we talk about that all the time, and it just is an absolute necessity across the county, and I will certainly speak for emergency services. There's just not enough of the resources. Nobody has enough of the resources. So the collaboration is absolutely paramount, and we will not enjoy the level of success if we don't do that correctly. Increasing the resiliency, making us better and stronger. We suffered pretty catastrophic 2020 and 2021 seasons. 2022 is a little easier on us, but we grew a lot from that, and we became stronger and more resilient. Very, very key to our life and to being successful and to continuing into the future and taking care of our community. Collaborative thinking, kind of the same lines, right? We use the term whole community quite a bit. That's a pretty standard mantra in emergency management, and it really is a true statement. It's one that we work very hard to take, not just to our partner county departments and all of our government partners, the city and places, but out to our community with all of our organizations. It takes an entire community. It is not something that we can do as a government. We can't be all for end all for everybody. So we're very, very, very strong on that. I think the big one here is, improving social cohesion. We do everything we can to be out in the community as much as possible with all of our other departments at public events, at social events, at neighborhood watch meetings, whatever the case may be, to really try to draw together so that we're closer and we have a relationship with them. And we'll talk more about relationships later, but I think it's really, really key. Fiscal responsibility. So we are a department that lives largely on grants. Our primary funding source is shared 50-50 with the county, but we have a couple of other grants that we live under as well. And we do a very, very good job. In fact, one of only 4 counties currently in the state that are in good standing with DEMA for our grant management. Other counties have struggled with it. Yeah, we're pretty proud of it. And I have to say, I give the credit to you, the board, and to the county manager's office for giving us skilled talent. We have a business manager in our department. And I can tell you, if I have to take off my shoes because, I got to count past 20, we got a problem. She takes care of that. We are in good standing with DEMA, very good standing. Our county budget and our expenditures are exactly where they're supposed to be, and we're pretty proud of that. Intentional and transformational leadership. So we'll talk a little bit more about leadership. I've had these conversations with the county manager and with Andy and Sue, and leadership is something that's very, in my mind, is very important. I think it's something that we can all continue to emphasize. And I think leadership at every level. So, of course, we take our guidance and policy from you, our board. We take direction from county manager's office. No offense, I think everybody in this room is a leader. I think everybody in this room is a leader at the same level and needs to be for us to be successful. And again, we'll talk more about that. We work very hard to give all of our staff project management responsibilities. We really turn it over to them. It can be scary at times, but we do that, right? We give them the reins to run with it and go. To hire smart people and let them tell you what to do. Really, that's what we strive to do. And then nurturing a learning organization. A lot of it's the same. Personal growth, really striving for personal growth. Some of our staff has experienced some very good advanced leadership training this year. We've got a very strong effort to become the first department in the state, and I think we're going to make it, the first emergency management department in the state to be state qualified in all of our command and general staff positions. It requires a lot of training, a lot of exercise, and a lot of real world experience to accomplish that. Once that is achieved, we will be deploying more frequently around the state and even across the nation. Remember, Tim deployed to Hawaii. That was allowable through his qualification at the state level as an operations section chief. Our qualifications will allow us to support across the state or across the nation as may be necessary. So I think it's really important that we last look at providing courageous leadership. Sometimes DEMA is not always glad to see our numbers on the phone when we call. We ask difficult questions. We push the envelope in places. Sometimes they say no, sometimes they win, sometimes we win. But it's important to push those envelopes and to make sure that the state, in our case, DEMA for the most part, Arizona Homeland Security, understands what we're facing here on the ground, what's happening here in Coconino County. We have very good relationships with them, but we don't always let them off easy. So I think it's important that we press that. A little bit about us individually. So you'll see as we go through, you're going to see each of our staff individually. We're going to talk a little bit about what we do in our day jobs and what we do in the emergency operations. My day job really is, in my opinion, comes down to leadership. I've got very talented people that do the hard work. They go out there and make it happen every day. My job is leadership. I am responsible for what the department says and does. That comes to me, period. That's a non-starter. That's just the way it is. And I accept that and I'm glad for it. And I'm very lucky to have the staff that I do, because what comes back to us is almost always good. Not always good, but almost always good. Empowered execution. Supervisor Hess, you probably know General Crystal. Most of you may have done some readings with him. Very, very, very effective leader in the military. commander of JSOC for a number of years. I've never heard anybody do this, but he actually conducted briefing calls with 7,000 people at one time, because he was in charge of global communications in the fight against terrorism. An amazing leader. And some of the things he talks about is the centralized decision-making. It's not my job to make all the decisions in my department. It's really not. Effective response, that's what we do. We are always geared toward that. That's always the direction we're moving. And the speed of the environment. You know, today, right now, it's a pretty quiet, cool environment. In the middle of summer 2021, it certainly was not. And we've all seen those times, several times now, over the last several years. Customized staff development. So when I say that they're all unique individuals, I would capitalize unique, because they are. Growth, how we mentor them, and I mean we collectively, and how we test them, how we push the envelope for them, right? Did you learn from that last class you went to? It here's a new challenge, and as Kelsey is famous for saying, I'm grateful for the opportunity. You know, sometimes I think she's not, but she says it all the time. And I really make sure that they all learn that they are all leaders, every single one of them. That's my expectation of them, as it is of myself. And I want them to understand that they can act. As leaders, they can take the reins and they can act. If they need to do something, they see that something needs to be done, get it done. And I really see that from them. You know, their future, their advancements, their careers, that's what it's about. You know, I'm building the replacements for me. One of these people will be standing before you in the future years, and it won't be me anymore. That's what's important to me. I think engineering the environment, that's a term most of us have probably heard. We have a lot of fun in our office, but we work really hard. The culture and the standards, we're very particular about our standards. Again, I'll apologize. We washed all of our cars yesterday, but boy, they look bad today when we went to Tucson. Man, they look bad. And then lastly, I work in the world of FEMA and acronyms. I have my own. That's my own acronym. S stands for shared vision. We all work to make sure we're marching in the same direction. This is not rocket science here, right? Relationships, as we've talked, those are absolutely key and a necessity. They just are. Relationships lead to trust. We enjoy great trust across the county with our emergency services partners. We can call the sheriff and say, hey, we need a vehicle, and he'll have a vehicle delivered to us in 15 minutes. He doesn't really even ask why usually. Trust is really, really, really big. Leadership, and we're going to talk more about that, and communication. I'm probably not always the most gentle communicator in the world. My boss, Andy, will attest to that. But I think communications are important. Clear, concise, honest communications are an absolute necessity. On the emergency operations side, I'm not going to go through this, but really it's my job to make sure that the EOC stands up when it's ready to go. So under our current emergency operations plan, our EOC is always activated. We don't do standard, you know, level 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1, or red, green, blue. We are always activated. Most of you see in our office, it is capable to function 24/7 as an EOC. If we end up with a large event and we have to bring in partners and we elevate to a different level of support, then we elevate the EOC down into the Ponderosa. And it's working very, very well for us. Partner engagement, the declaration recommendations that go through the county manager's office to you, those are all pretty standard stuff that unfortunately we're very well rehearsed on. That's baby Sadie in the bottom right-hand corner there. She had to come because she wanted to see the events today. You'll see a theme there as we go through our slides. And then kind of my second to last slide here. This slide is really meant to illustrate what I see as the difference between management and leadership. And notice I say difference. I don't say one's more important than the other. If you ask me, I actually think leadership is more important, but I do believe that management is an absolute necessity. So please don't misunderstand me. But when we talk about how you lead and how you manage, I think there's two different things. The words are, I think, pretty obvious in contrast there. I'll go down to the bottom. I believe personally that management is heard. You read the policies, you take direction from the bosses, right? You hear management. It comes to you that way. I think you feel leadership. You know when somebody cares about what you do, cares about you, cares about the mission. You can feel that. And you can feel when somebody is not genuine in that. right? You know that. So I think though, the slide was designed really just to kind of draw the stark, what I find is a very stark difference between the two concepts. Then lastly, my last slide, and probably my famous, and you've probably all seen at the bottom of my email, and there's some key words here. Leadership is the art, and it is an art, it's not a science, of accomplishing more than the science of management says is possible. Simple fact is that at least in my experience in my career now, expanding a lot longer than I'd like to talk about, I find we lead ourselves out of more problems than we manage ourselves out. Management's key. It's important. We have to, effectively manage our budget. We have to do all of those things. But when the chips really, really, really get scary and get down, leadership is what's going to get us to the final line, in my opinion. So this is one of my favorite quotes. I've embraced this now for a little over 15 years, and I have always found it to be pretty true. So that's my job in the department, as far as I'm concerned, the leadership piece. I am going to turn it over to Tim because he and these individuals here do the work. So I'm going to let Tim talk to you about how we do it. Before I go, is there any questions?
Are there any questions? All right, please
Awesome.
proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Tim. I think that was it.
Don't drop the laptop. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good to see you guys again. For those of you guys that don't know me in the room, my name is Tim Carter. I'm the Deputy Director of County Emergency Management. So I want to take you through kind of the rest of us. You guys have met Wes. But so as you guys know, it's 6 full-time employees. Emergency management is a very small department. We've got a team, though, that is dedicated to increasing the safety and resiliency of our communities. We want to take a moment to just kind of showcase some of the great work that they do. So on the upcoming slides, we want to show you some highlights, but I will say that it's definitely not an all-inclusive list. I guess let's just go ahead and start with me and get me out of the way here. Whoop, I went one too far. That was quick. So I've had the honor of working for the county for 12 years and was reminded earlier today that today is my 12th anniversary with the county. I started first with adult probation in 2012, came over to EM in 2019. A lot older, hopefully a little wiser, as they like to remind me, a little bit grayer, but we're still having fun. So now in emergency management, as you can see over there on the left-hand side, kind of is the day-to-day operations of deputy director. My job is to kind of coordinate all the operations of the staff. This includes working with Wes to ensure that our department supports all of our stakeholders, both internal to the county and external, providing relevant information to the board and to county leadership, and also ensure our team has the tools and support that they need to be successful in their careers. As you also see, one of the things, I'm a project coordinator, project manager for our operations manual, which we have never had before in emergency management. So this project is going to greatly increase the reliability and effectiveness of our response, not only for the current generation of emergency management, but for EM in the future moving forward. I also continue to serve as the county's primary administrator for our emergency notification system. And on a quick note, just this past year, leveraging some relationships that we have at the state level, we were able to join a statewide contract when they contracted with Rave Mobile Safety, our current vendor. We were able to join the statewide Rave contract and get away from a county specific. So while we maintain full access and functionality of our system, the state is footing the bill. So that's a savings to the county taxpayers of about $25,000 a year. So we're really excited about that. Also, you'll notice our drone program. You guys are all familiar with the drone program. Some of you have had the pleasure of flying the drone a couple of times. Looking at you, Supervisor Horstman. We will schedule that immediately. While you guys are familiar with the program, now a lot of our external partners are as well. For example, we've had the ability to go out and fly a lot of flood control districts, new on-forest mitigation projects above timberline that they've been able to do and showcase some of that for them. we're able to work with the Coconino National Forest to use the drone's thermal imaging camera to fly over some of their prescribe and pile burns to see if there are any hot spots or anything like that remaining. We work with NAU PD to go and fly graduation, commencement, and large events for them so they can, we live stream that video back to their command center where they're able to see real-time traffic patterns, crowd movements, things like that, give them a greater enhanced situational awareness. So over on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the things that I do in the EOC as our operations section chief. Kind of coordinate all of the sheltering, emergency notifications, and support for incident management teams. Kind of develop the EOC's operational strategies and tactics to achieve the objectives that we get from you guys as our policy group. And then really engaging all of our stakeholders on those local, county, state, federal, and tribal and private partners along the way to ensure a complete response in the most effective way possible. Last down there, the Arizona qualification system. There's more on that to come, but I was able to complete all the requirements and practical exercises and training to receive the first Arizona Gold Card as a Type 3 All Hazards Operations Section Chief. And as Wes mentioned, that was what was allowed me to represent Coconino County in the State of Hawaii Emergency Operations Center back in November. So more on that to come. All right, now that we got me out of the way, that is Cookie the cat. Cookie will soon be joined by a Bernie Doodle puppy will be arriving later on. So if I disappear for a couple days, because I'm going to pick up a new puppy. So. All right, now we'll move on to the real talent. So first up, as you can see, so we brought everybody from emergency management here with us today. You guys have seen them in various places, but wanted to bring them to you and kind of show them all for you. So first up is Ms. Kelsey Nielsen. So Kelsey's a program coordinator in our office, and she is over the training and exercise for all of our regional partners in the area. She started her career with the county with the Williams Justice Court in 2021 and joined EM in May of 2022. If you'll remember what was going on around May of 2022, she kind of jumped in with both feet and got to work in the EOC with the pipeline fires and the subsequent flooding and all of that. So she's a huge asset in the logistics section. She's also responsible for developing and maintaining the integrated preparedness plan. So this is a rolling 3-year plan of all training and exercise for all of our regional partners throughout the area. One thing that we like to focus on is it doesn't just stop with training and exercise. Training is designed to test our plans, but we want to know how we can grow from that. So Kelsey also develops after action reports and improvement plans to help us evaluate our performance, see what went well, identify any potential gaps that we discovered, and then we find ways to mitigate and close those gaps so we have a better response the next time. She also sits on the elected board for the countywide Local Emergency Planning Committee, or LEPC, which focuses heavily on hazardous materials storage, transportation, and manufacturing. She serves as the second administrator for the county's emergency notification system and will be taking over as primary administrator in the near future. Also wanted to highlight one of the big accomplishments for Kelsey this year was graduating from the Emergence program at the Naval Postgraduate School Center for Homeland Defense and Security. So the Emergence program is designed for Homeland Security professionals in the first half of their careers, offering an opportunity for them to critically think about Homeland Security, explore those emerging trends, and initiate change in themselves and their organizations. So as one of 29 graduates nationwide, this accomplishment sets her up next for her master's degree from NPS, which hopefully will be coming soon. So, congratulations, absolutely.
We have the real question. Do you know her dog?
Do I know her dog? Her dog is Ray, and Ray has more attitude and sass than anybody I've ever met. He is an awesome dog. He's a great dog. So over on the right-hand side in the yellow, you'll see Kelsey's EOC position. So she is our logistics section chief. What does that mean? In short, she is the Amazon for the EOC, from Sharpies to staplers to sandbags, ink pens to airplanes. If you need it, she gets it, right? And like I said, she started with us, and I don't think she saw her regular desk outside of the EOC for the first 2 or 3 months she was there. We kind of had trial by fire. She walked in and hit the ground running there. Kelsey's also finished all of the coursework for her logistics section chief gold card, and is just working to finalize some of the final prerequisites for that, and should have that done pretty soon. All right. Next up is Mr. Chance Manuck. The Chance is a program coordinator over all of our suite of plans. He joined EM in September of 2022 and hit the ground running. He is an author, so when we look for needs to fill in our department, we look to see who's got those skills that can fill the gaps. We needed some assistance with plans, the county EOP, and some other documents, so we hired an author, and Chance took that opportunity and ran with it to create the documents that you guys have seen that we're extremely proud of. So in addition to that, most recently been working with the city of Page. You guys got to chat with Chance a couple of weeks ago. We have an IGA with them to where Chance has been writing an EOP for the city of Page, which they've never had before. So like the county EOP integrates under the state EOP, the city of Page plan now integrates seamlessly under the county plan. So it makes for a lot more efficient and effective response for the roles and responsibilities, both local and county levels. He also creates the biweekly situational awareness reports that we send out to you guys. A lot of that involves collection of that information and intelligence from a myriad of sources around the county to give you guys a better picture of really just kind of what's going on. Some other products that he's working on that we just implemented as well are informational briefs that target specific events. The most recent ones that we've done, actually the first 2 that we've done, have been for elections, as you guys know, for the presidential preference election happening today. He also serves as vice chairman for the Ponderosa Fire Advisory Council, or PFAC. This is a group comprised of fire departments and fire districts that support the entities to collaborate, fire districts and departments and support agencies. They basically work together to identify fire risks and activities in the greater Flagstaff area. So in the EOC, you'll notice Chance serves as our planning section chief, again, putting his skills as an author to use. But also as a plans chief, this also focuses heavily on our special events. You guys heard Wes mention those as a Homeland Security priority, of really improving and enhancing our support for our first responders during special events, so we are ready to respond should an event happen at any events such as the county fair, Overland Expo, things like that. Chance has also completed his coursework for a planning section chief task book under the Arizona qualification system, and is checking the boxes for the practical requirements for that certification. Assisting Chance in the planning section is Mr. Jeremiah Sterner. He is no stranger to the county, was prior with Public Works, took a vacation and is now back with emergency management, been with us for about 6 months now. He is also assisting Chance with creating the situational awareness reports, and really diving deep into the different information sources that we look for that. In addition to that, he is also helping us really reignite a lot of our local partnerships with local municipalities, most recently over in his adopted hometown of Williams. This is allowing us to really connect our local partners with some additional funding sources through the EMPG grant, Emergency Management Performance Grant, that we leverage to help them purchase resources and supplies that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to afford. In the EOC, Jeremiah serves as our documentation unit leader. So as you guys know, we live and die by paperwork in the government, right? If it's not written down, it didn't happen. So making sure we are accurately tracking all those resources in an EOC is vital. This especially becomes critical during the reimbursement process when we face our EOC audits and the paper trail to ensure we receive back maximum reimbursement. So that's an area that we have done okay in, but have always wanted to get better. So now with Jeremiah on board, we're poised to really step that up. So. And even though he's only been with us for 6 months, he has opened up a task book as a documentation unit leader and is working to complete all those classes and the online, or excuse me, all the other training and tasks needed for that certification. All right, our last and certainly not least full-time employee is Miss Nicole Harris, affectionately known to us as the Money Lady. Nicole started with County Finance in 2020 and then came to EM in 2022. You know, Wes kind of touched on that. We can't really overstate the importance of the benefit of having Nicole and a business manager and somebody that understands finance and grants has been in our department. She's really revolutionized our financial tracking and reporting processes. You know, as with public money, fiscal responsibility and transparency is vital. So Nicole ensures that we're following all county, state, and federal procurement laws and policies, as well as all of our different individual grant requirements. She takes care of submitting all of our grant documentation, the quarterly reports, tracks all the reimbursement requests to ensure that the county's made whole financially. Over in the green, over on the right-hand side under the EOC, she serves as our finance section chief. As you guys know, that really during a disaster, the finance rules don't change a whole lot. You know, we still have to have that accurate financial tracking. So much like her daily responsibilities, she tracks expenses to ensure complete compliance with procurement regulations. Recently working with Kelsey, they established a kind of a flow chart, procurement flow chart of you know, cost allocations, things like that. The first question now that they ask is when a resource request comes in is what's the funding source? Who's going to pay for it? We need to know that immediately so we can track that appropriately after the event on the back end to make sure that we're receiving the maximum reimbursement. She's also working and has completed all the coursework for her finance section chief gold card and will just look forward to some practical experience as we move forward, as we know we will be opening up the EOC. For us, it's not a matter of if, but when. So. And rounding out the group is our intern, Miss Lana Kale. Lana just graduated summa cum laude from NAU last May with a degree in international affairs. She's been a huge asset to our team. She's assisted us with training and exercise development, our operations manual draft reviews, and outreach activities, as well as social media. One of the last projects that she just finished was our Go Bag on a Budget. When we ask people, why do you, or what are the issues that you have that you don't really, that are preventing you from, you know, being prepared? You know, when we tell you you need to evacuate, have a go bag, what are the reasons why people don't? And one of the big ones that we hear a lot is money. You know, it's just the financial concerns for that. So we set out to basically get everything that you need in a go bag into one kit. And I won't bore you with everything that's in there, but laminated it, and everything was about $150. So it's a good resource that we're going to use, you know, out in our community outreach activities that we can show folks being prepared is affordable. You know, with interns, I would say that we also love to have interns in our office. You know, it's a way for us to get people brand new into the career and to actually gain some real world work experience. But for us, we're able to learn just as much from them. You know, so we're extremely happy to have some very smart and talented interns working in our office. So that is the team. I want to turn now a little bit to our building partnerships. So in EM, we're committed to identifying ways that we can increase effectiveness and efficiency. You always hear Wes is fond of saying, if you can touch the bar is too low. So when challenges are identified, we immediately start looking for innovative, unique solutions. You know, typically what we do is not done in a vacuum. We rely on our partners and stakeholders just as they rely on us. So continuing to engage our local partners in support of our local jurisdictions These partnerships fall across all 5 mission areas of emergency management by helping them develop their preparedness, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery efforts. Simply put, when they call, we answer. As I touched on earlier, we're able to work with the city of Williams, Page, and Tucson to connect them with some potential funding opportunities for projects through the EMPG grant. We're also able to work with the city of Sedona for projects funded through our current CDS award. This has really allowed local partners, again, to secure some resources that they would not have otherwise been able to afford. So we know we've spoken a lot about the importance of relationships for us, but I want to take a moment now over on the left-hand side, you'll see, to kind of highlight 2 really important ones that we're extremely proud of. First is a new collaboration with NAU's School of Emergency Management degree program. So during the hiring process, one thing that we noticed is there seemed to be a pretty big disconnect between the academic theoretical principles of emergency management and real-world application. So we sat down with the NAU emergency manager and their program coordinators over in the academic side of the emergency management program to develop a 3-day emergency management EOC lab. So to address this, or excuse me, losing my page. So next month, we're going to host a 3-day lab over in the Ponderosa room, and you guys are all welcome to join us and stick your head in and say hi. But day 1 is going to be a training on how the EOC interacts with the incident management teams out in the field. And then days 2 and 3, they're going to step into a live EOC. We are going to simulate the tunnel fire. We're going to give them all of the real injects and information that we learned in the tunnel fire, just as we did, so they can get real world experience kind of in that high stress situation that they will be able to take with them as they move forward into the job market. So we're really excited about it. The dates are April 19th and 20th, so if you're interested, give us a shout. Second collaboration we wanted to showcase is with the National Weather Service. As you guys know, we've had a long-standing relationship with NWS. They've been great partners for us. But recently, we became the 2nd office in the nation to co-host and co-locate physically a meteorologist into emergency management. This paid off huge when we had the big 3-day snowstorm back in February. We had a meteorologist in our office who's able to give us pinpoint forecast up to date. It's in downtown Flagstaff at 1 o'clock, we're going to have snow rates of 3 inches per hour, and they were spot on. That allowed us to send that information to our first responders, public safety partners, and public works partners a lot more efficiently, give them that information so they could respond and make more better informed decisions for their response. So right now they're in the office for one to 2 days a week. Hopefully we're going to expand that out a little bit more. We'd like to have them in there full time if possible. Another initiative with the Weather Service has been with the USGS. So as you guys know, there are areas in the county where cell phone coverage is non-existent, one of which being the Colorado River. They came to us and we were talking about how do we get emergency flash flood notifications to boaters who are on the Colorado River. Well, let's think about it. So we kind of sat down, we put our heads together, and together we created a first of its kind in the nation alerting system that is 100% automated, that essentially takes a National Weather Service alert, just like they send for anywhere else. That alert will come pass through our rave notification system. It gets delivered to a pre-identified list of satellite phones, typically carried by the river guides on the river, deliver that message as a text or email to the river with an average delivery time of about 2 to 3 minutes. We're extremely excited about that. Rave Mobile Safety has never done this before. They've never had an automated system that would deliver to satellite devices. But working with our partners, we're able to sit down, figure it out, and make it happen. So we're really excited to that. That's going to roll out just in time for the summer season out on the river. Right. So our next to last slide, just some of our accomplishments, trends, and goals. Again, these are not all encompassing, but some of the ones that we wanted to highlight. So during the last fiscal year, our department, between 6 FTEs, completed 481 hours of training, which averages to 80 hours for the last fiscal year per employee. Training and continuing education is something that we believe in and something that we really push. So we're really excited for that. But our training does not stop with just us. So the next you'll see are the 13 training courses that were provided to our regional partners. And this is important because most of the time, training classes, you have to go down to the valley, which incurs extra time and expense to travel down there and lodging. But it also prevented a lot of our responders from being able to leave their home districts where they're no longer be able to respond. If they're in Phoenix, they can't respond to an issue in Flagstaff. So hosting those classes locally allows them to stay local, save some money, and use local instructors for those. So it's a growing program that we have that we're really proud of. Also, we're making great progress on previously awarded CDS grants. Pending adoption of a contract on tonight's agenda that you guys will see at 6, we are hoping to start beginning the technology upgrades to the EOC very soon, and are currently accepting bids for a new mobile command trailer, which will enhance our deployment capabilities to rural areas of the county. So under our trends, we will continue to be trendsetters in Arizona. We pride ourselves on setting the standard for emergency management across the state. We're one of the first departments to staff all EOC command and general staff positions, as Wes mentioned earlier. This means that we are always open. This greatly enhances our response capabilities. We're always there. We're a phone call away. With our growth of the department, we're also able to grow and expand our community outreach and engagement activities. So we're always regularly attending community meetings and public events to educate the public on preparedness and resiliency activities. You know, it's important for the community to get to know us when the sky is blue. We need them to trust us like their lives depend on it, because during times of disaster, when we send that emergency notification telling them to evacuate or to take some action, their life very well may depend on that. So getting out in front of the community, having them know us, having them trust us, and having them respect us is one of our main priorities. And finally, as we've mentioned before, we're working carefully to ensure that our plans all align with one another, both horizontally and vertically. So now a municipality's emergency operations plan is going to align with the county's EOP. The county EOP is going to align with the state EOP, which then aligns with federal guidance and policies, which will greatly enhance our coordination, collaboration, and boost the effectiveness of our efforts. So I think the next most important things on these slides are our goals. You know, what are our goals? You've heard me mention the staff's highlights on the Arizona Qualification Credentialing System. AQS provides a consistent statewide standards to ensure a readiness to respond when qualified personnel. AQS credentialed personnel can support and manage incident command organizations both in the field and in EOCs. Our goal is to have the first EM department in the state where all staff are credentialed with their gold card in their respective positions. Now, you've heard us mention AQS a few times, and I'll say it's no small feat. And I brought one of you. This is just a task book of all the required things that you have to have checked off for just one position. On average, there are 11 classes, formal actual classroom training classes, and 267 items to get checked off on before you are certified and approved to receive a card. So it's no small task. Task books are allowed to run for 5 years. It can take that long to complete these tasks. Our goal is to have these completed in 3. So we're also going to continue building our, our positive relationships with our municipalities and private sectors to ensure they have the tools and resources they need to increase their resilience. You know, resiliency is not just about saving lives. It's about enhancing our economic, social, and environmental resilience countywide. So working with our private partners to ensure they have those resources is also one of our goals. You know, and lastly, we're going to continue our collaboration with facilities, the county manager's office, for a new location of an EOC and EM office as part of the county's long-term growth project. So, there it is. So this next slide highlights one of our favorite things to do at work, and that's have fun. You know, we've got a really great team that likes to work hard and play hard. I'm really proud of the work that they do. They impress me every day with the quality of work that they're able to provide the county. You know, we love this work. We love that we can serve the people of Coconino County and make them safer and more resilient to disasters. And so with that, I would open it up for any questions for Wes or anybody else from the team.
Well, first off, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. Do we have any questions or comments from supervisors? Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, just some comments, and you may be small, but you're mighty. And there's just no question that not only do we, the board and the staff rely on emergency management, especially during the time of need. And boy, we had a lot of need there in 2001, 2002, and emergency management was absolutely on top of that. So just a big thank you and kudos to the great work that your team does. I think that you're exactly right. They need to get to know you while the sun's out. And I really appreciate all of the time that you and your staff have spent, quite frankly, just out in the community, staffing some of our county tables and getting to meet members of the public. I think that really is important. And I am really excited about the NAU real life experiences, but I am most excited about the alerting system for the Colorado River. You know, some of us have had the good fortune to have been able to run the Colorado River and know that certainly having a weather alert system will save lives. And so for once again, Coconino County and emergency management being in the forefront of doing exactly that, I think it's going to change river running in the country, quite frankly. So kudos again, and thank you for all your hard work. I'm glad you play hard because you work hard, and I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by supervisors? Supervisor Hess.
Yeah, just a comment. A few things I really enjoy about your department is the EOC and the fact that it's so close to home for me, as we've talked about. I'm really interested in visiting the lab. I think I'll be there. I would definitely want to check that out. Let me know when a good time is to show up for that. I don't want to just barge in when it doesn't fit. Your time is important. Empowering execution. I really like that. That to me is the cornerstone of mine. Empowerment is key, especially in an emergency situation where you have to know that you can trust your battle buddies when you're in that fight. So I really appreciate that, and notice that stands out to me huge. And I'm glad you guys put that. Trust goes hand in hand with that, and I really like that you've put that in your own acronym. We got to think of an easier way to say that. I'm still working on that. But the trust part to me is huge. Leadership is always going to be there, just as you stated. Management and leadership go hand in hand. Leadership's always going to step up in the time of need. How good that leader is where your guys' training comes in. And I really like that everybody is working on their qualifications. That to me is probably the most impressive part, is everyone's working on that gold card. Because when it comes down to it, that's your credentials. And you know you have to step into that room. You have to know you're doing the right job and the right thing. And we have to know and trust you. So that trust the two-way street. Keep bringing it to us. Keep working hard, and really impressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by supervisors? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you for the presentation, Wes. You and your crew doing a good job, and I certainly like all the presentations that you put together for us as far as your accomplishments and your trends and the goals that you have. Certainly, you know, the board really would like to see a new EOC center, you know, somewhere along the way. So I fully support that. And then having your staff, you know, doing training and getting more training, and then also planning, locally planning and with the state and local federal doctrine. All of that, you know, means a lot. And of course, you know, there's also AOQs that, that come along, and just really building partnerships and strong connections with the community and others that have the same type of work that you guys do. So I just want to say thank you for the staff being here. We learned a lot about you, so that means a lot. And you guys all have the experience and qualifications to be part of this team. So thank you so much.
Yeah, the clock up there is gone fast.
We didn't take up that much time.
It's time to go. Motion to adjourn, please. No, just kidding. All right, are there any other Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, the work that you're all doing and just the constant progression and improvements and standards that you set for yourself ever since you came in and just like picked that up. I want to appreciate you for working with the city of Page and other cities. We really need to be aligned, emergency management, especially in the rural communities. And our small towns really need help. And you're the expert and you're able to do that. Really appreciate that. And then I want to thank you for working with in my district on ham radio. Ham radio, I still believe is very important. We're vast lands and few emergency managers and law enforcement, first responders. And ham radio is so important, and really appreciate you picking that up and really enhancing that. And then, just the flood alerts too. We're still working on it and working with USGS and the National Weather Service. Really want to still carry that along, and I just want to appreciate for you on that. And then your work with the Colorado River runners, there are over 22,000 people that are mostly on commercial, but are running the river. Just private trips alone is over 3,000. So that is within our county. And so when you're down on the river, is it grand. But if there's something that happens, then you're in trouble. We've lost people there. So I think that creativity and that networking and being able to sit at a table with an open mind and being able to figure out what to do, that is, and coming to a solution like that, I think it's really great. So I want to just thank you for that. And I know that there's a lot more that needs to be done, and you have a greater vision than the budget that we have. And but how else are we gonna do it, huh? How else are we gonna get to be able to see our visions come, see it into being without saying this is how we want to do it and this is what I think it should happen. And our county, you're working from one end to the other, and really want to appreciate you and that working relationship that we all have. And especially in my district, you really helped out in many ways there. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just really impressed with watching the growth of the team. When I came on in 2021, there were 3 people, another 7. So I really appreciate your leadership, Wes, and growing that team and how you framed your presentation. And it's really cool to watch the growth and understand just what it requires to be in good standing with DEMA, for example. It's that pre-planning, then it's at the moment of the emergency and dealing with the EOC, and then it's the follow-up and making sure that there's all the reimbursements for all the costs that were caused by that emergency. And so that's a big challenge. And I know you guys are up to the task because we keep, we're staying in good compliance. And so we're really pleased with that. And we're glad we've made the investments we have into your department because it's paid dividends. So thank you.
So thank you so much for joining the county and making the commitment to our county like this, and making it your hometown and everything. So thank you so much. And you're a great Uber driver, telling you. She provides snacks and all.
So, Mr. Chair, with that, the last two internal stakeholders that really work well with us, that we really appreciate are Public Works and Flood Control. Typically whether it's a wildfire or flood or anything else, those two departments are the ones that we call first and are always there for us. So with that, I want to turn it over. We are done, and we can call up Director Tressler.
Please come up. Thank you. Just quick question. Does anybody need a bio break? Take a bio break, 5 minutes. Excuse to do that. All right, thank you. We're ready to return. So I think I skipped Deputy County Manager Bertelson to kind of introduce the item, or are we going straight to Director Tressler?
We will go straight to Director Tressler, and thanks to Emergency Management for a great presentation, and told Director Dyson, not only did we hear it, we felt it. It was a great conversation.
Nice touch. All right, well,
Thank
Director
you.
Tressler.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and members of the board. Our first slide here on our budget presentation for fiscal year 25 shows only about half of our team members. And I'm reminded today as some of you raced back from Tucson this morning and you had an early morning, and it's going to be a long day of meetings. And I know some of you are racing to other parts of the county tomorrow. And Supervisor Fowler mentioned the amount of meetings that is a marathon session in Washington, and definitely Coconino County is a group of movers and doers, and there's no moss growing on us. And Public Works, I think, prides itself the same, and we want to keep pace, and we're really proud of what we do. This last snowstorm that we had was a little bit problematic. It was at the end of spring break. People wanted to take time off with their families. We had committed, a handful of our team members had committed to help elections, and then a snowstorm came in. And it was, we were in a little bit of a crisis, norms crisis, where some of our team members they said, do I stay with Public Works and plow snow, or do I launch with the election team and support elections? And really grateful to have the commitment of people, and it was kind of a good problem or a good crisis to have. But we're happy to support the elections team and get through the snowstorm the best we could. We're gonna bounce around a little bit and talk about the different programs and the divisions at Public Works. From this slide, I wanted to point out that Public Works is assigned about 127 full-time employees. We're currently experiencing about a 25% vacancy rate. Probably where it feels or it hurts the most is in our road maintenance department. It's with our operators, the people that are plowing snow or running graders and doing road work. That vacancy rate is somewhere between 30 and 35%. So we're working to fill those vacancies and develop creative solutions to recruit and to retain people. As we go through this presentation, I'm going to use this slide as kind of a roadmap to move through the divisions and the different programs that we have. I wanted to highlight our mission statement that Coconino County Public Works is dedicated to the stewardship of public infrastructure. And I think it's worth highlighting that we're dedicated to the stewardship of public transportation infrastructure. And what an awesome responsibility is that we have to connect people from, really all aspects of their lives and how they get to places, how they get there safely, and how they stay connected with their families, their recreation, and their jobs. And we take it pretty serious. It's a map depicting our we call it the department program map. Not going to stall out on this slide, but these are the 6 main areas of Public Works. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy Floyd, our Administrative Services Division Manager, to talk about revenues at Public Works and how we're funded. Jeremy?
Thank you, Christopher. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm Jeremy Floyd, Public Works Division Manager for Admin Services. As you can see here, we operate out of 3 funding sources, but 2 of them, the major funding sources. That's the Highway User Revenue Fund, the gas tax, and the Road Maintenance Sales Tax. That's our local road maintenance sales tax. That was established in 2014, and it's set to sunset in 2034. And of course, we have the vehicle license tax. Next slide. There. Our historical revenue, I put this slide together so you could see year over year and month over month from 2022 to 2024. And the Highway User Revenue Fund, we did have a couple months here, the August and the October, which were low. But I'm projecting overall that if this holds steady, or given our current trend, that we should end this year at about 5.6 higher than we collected last year. And to put that into real numbers, we ended last year at 12.8 million, and this fiscal year, we look to end at 13.1 million. For the road maintenance sales tax, similar, but we have been exceeding revenues from last fiscal year, month over month. Last year, we ended at about 12 or 13.7 million, and if this holds true, we should end this year at 14.5 million. I'm going to turn it back over to Christopher.
Thanks, Jeremy. So the HERF, the Highway User Revenue Fund, and the Road Maintenance Sales Tax, those are our major fundings. And so you can see, you add those two together, it's somewhere around $24–25 million. And the vehicle license tax represents only about $3 million. We do receive some funding from other places like rural, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, SRS funding, and that represents a smaller portion of it. And as Jeremy mentioned, we're exceeding expectations for revenue. So those funding sources are less important to us right now. Not that I want to give away money, but the message I think from the revenue and public works is that we're seeing the exceedance of our expected revenues.
If I may, because this has come up, and you know that, and that is our county school superintendent is requesting that all the SRS funds go to her department. And so that would mean depriving Public Works for a certain amount for roads. And so that is something we're going to be grappling with. So it'd be interesting to get your take on that.
That'd be good for you to meet with the school superintendent.
Sure, and I think that could be as part of the next phase of these presentations. We're going to get down to more of the numbers, and I think we can show historically what Public Works share of that funding has, what our current revenues are, and what they've been, and how that impacts it. We'll definitely develop some information there. So with these revenues, Coconino County Public Works maintains just under 1,000 miles of road. There's a little more than 300 miles of paved road and almost 700 miles of dirt and gravel roads. Coconino County owns or maintains a portion of those roads, but by other agreements, the Forest Service or with Bureau of Indian Affairs, we blade or maintain other roads that are important roads for county residents. And then there's about a small percentage of what I'm calling other roads where it might be important school bus routes, school bus turnarounds, or parking areas that people rely on. So moving through the presentation, I'm going to talk now about the road maintenance division. Some of the accomplishments that we're really proud of this year is our response to snowstorms. And even in the face of vacancies, our team has really stepped up. We adjusted our snow plan, and we've asked supervisors that are typically more managing the process to get back into pieces of equipment. And it's kind of an all hands on deck situation. So it's still problematic that we're short when things don't go exactly as planned. If there's an accident or if a piece of equipment gets stuck, we don't have a lot of people to respond to that. And if we need to close roads, it means that we usually have to pull somebody out of a piece of equipment. So we've adopted the strategy to close roads early. And we did that on Lake Mary Road, and we did that on Stoneman Lake, on the significant snowstorms that we had. And then this last snowstorm, we left Lake Mary Road open, but we did close Stoneman Lake. And We haven't had too much stress and anxiety from the public for it. We've definitely been able to provide a better level of service in doing so. Some of the other accomplishments that we're proud of is the maintenance, the blading of the BIA roads. And we've been able to fill the FTE there. And so we have we have 4 operators, full-time operators on BIA roads. And we recently lost one of our longtime supervisors there, but we're interviewing for that job. And we hope to fill that soon. Some of the other areas are in, the expanded radio network and communication services. It's also benefiting the sheriff's office as well as public works. But it's important for our people when they're out in these snowstorms to be able to communicate with people. And cell phone coverage doesn't work everywhere. And we've been able to greatly improve our two-way radio network. We're also investing in our sign shop to be able to produce our own signs, less expensive and on time, if you will. Some of the lead times for signs are getting really extreme. So we're expanding in our sign shop. We're looking at different ways that we can resurface our gravel roads for they can last longer in between maintenance cycles. And then we continue to be able to respond quickly to different natural disasters or emergencies within the county, whether it be flooding, fire, or more recently, it's been vehicle accidents where fuel has been spilled or gas is leaking, and Public Works has responded to support those operations. Want to highlight our Navajo Nation Capital Matching Program. This program started in about 2014 with the passing of Proposition 403. That's the road maintenance sales tax. And initially, $200,000 was dedicated each year to that program where the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Department of Transportation, they use their fuel excise projects and their budget there, and we match funding and they do road projects. Over the years since 2014, the matching amount that the county has put forward has increased from 200,000 to 400,000, and last year we went to $500,000. Currently, the program has $1.4 million in carryovers, or there's $1.4 million sitting in the bank for that program that NDOT can propose projects and will help support the construction of those. We're working to renew the agreement. It's recently expired with the Navajo Department of Transportation. And I don't think that it was intended to carry a fund balance of $1.4 million when this program started. And it's not doing the roads and the traveling public any good to have this money in the bank. So we're working with the Navajo Department of Transportation. We'll work with the county attorney's office, and we're getting feedback from some of the board of supervisors about how to structure that agreement as we move forward. So the money does not sit in the bank and we get it on the roads. So we're working through that. And then we have another program with that takes place on Nation, and it's the Bureau of Indian Affairs agreement that we have for road maintenance services. We're blading school bus routes that are important routes on Nation. And it's about 286 miles that BIA partially refunds us for. We approximate that we spend about $800,000 a year blading those roads, and the BIA contribution annually is about $167,000. We're in the process of renewing that agreement as well. We just met with BIA. They were some of the people, some of the players were there, and we met with Supervisor Begay and some of the people from Washington to try to further that agreement. Here's a map that shows the location of the roads. This is a stylized map. They're not the routes are not that straight, and but it gives you an idea. Cameron there in the middle, and Tuba City, and that the roads in the north and the south that the county operators are blading. And as I mentioned before, we have 4 operators and 1 supervisor. That supervisor position is vacant, but we're conducting interviews right now for it. Right, Joe? It's open. It's still open. So we hope to fill that position soon. So now I'm going to move from road maintenance and talk about our administrative services division. The Administrative Services Division is important. They help us with our contracts. They help us procure things. They help us process people into Public Works. We've merged what maybe be known as the Office of the Director previously. We're just calling it the Administration Division. And so we do a lot with recruitment, retention, safety, and training, as well as facilities management. We're excited to be in a situation where we're exceeding revenues, and so we're not thinking about what programs do we have to cut, what do we have to do less of. It's definitely a situation of what are our priorities going to be, and this meeting right now is really important. We'll get into the guts of it with Chad Ocker, our county engineer. We'll talk about the engineering portion of it. We'll talk about the roads that we've prioritized in that program. The administration division is really what supports that, and we need people to operate heavy equipment, especially in snowstorms. And I worked with Lucinda for several years, even before I came to the county. And Lucinda used to have the public works director position, and she said often that the passing of Proposition 403 is just one of the hurdles, and that we have the finances, and now we have to have the people. And if we don't have people and equipment, then we're not going to be able to deliver on the promises that we made. So it's important, our safety and training program, and our recruitment and retention, so that we can deliver on those promises. And by and large, we are delivering. Some of the other accomplishments that we're excited about, our facilities management group has been able to help us work through. It's in fiscal year 24, it comes to a little more than $5 million upgrade to our facility with important life safety things like fire sprinklers and exhaust, issuing away the fumes, the dangerous fumes, and then also improving lifts. A lot of the equipment at Public Works has ran its life cycle, and it was important that we buy new lifts, and we're able to increase our processes with things like better fuels delivery and different things. And so we're investing in our infrastructure and investing in our people. And our safety and training program has been really great. We have two true professionals that are working to continue to refine our safety and training program. But when we ask our people to be at their best, often Mother Nature is at its worst. And we have what I call bumps and bruises. But when accidents happen, we have a real formal process at Public Works to evaluate those accidents, identify shortfalls, and identify opportunities for training. We work closely with the risk management group to address those things. And that doesn't happen without dedicated people to it. And so Frank and Sonia back at Public Works are key people to furthering that safety and training portion of it. And I talked about our facilities a little bit at Public Works, but we have maintenance of about 12 facilities across the county, and it's over 130 or around 130,000 square feet. And then we have pits, and we have other projects like what we've done at Sheep Hill to try to improve our infrastructure. Our goal, like I've highlighted here at the very end, is to retain and recruit. And we're definitely developing, and we have better processes. And an important aspect of it is the people. We want people to be safe. We want people to be happy. And we want to continue a positive culture at Public Works. And so it's really important that we continue to identify ways to retain and recruit people. I'm going to switch over now to the engineering division. And we're moving through this really quick, and I think we're just going to save time at the end for questions. Is Chad here? So Chad Ocker came to us from ADOT, and I can tell you that he has been a great asset to us. And Nate Reisner right here. Nate, we stand up, sorry. Nate's our assistant county engineer. All the projects and the engineering and the construction is a large part of what Nate does, or it's all of it is what Nate does. and he gets a little bit of feedback from me, and he gets some feedback from Chad. But Nate has done a phenomenal job to deliver these projects. And so I'm going to turn it over to Chad for a little bit.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and members of the board. I'm Chad Ocker, County Engineer. I've been in this position for about 6 months now. So one of the newer Public Works employees. So it's good to be in front of you today and show you what's going on in the engineering division. And as Christopher mentioned, I mean, what I'm talking about is what Nate and his team are doing. It's kind of unprecedented, the amount of projects going on right now in the county. I don't think there's ever been this many transportation projects that have gone on in this short amount of time with the debt financing plan that's in place. That started at the beginning of FY24. We're able to look at our fund balance and use some of that funding and take it out of the bank and put it where it belongs in the transportation system for Coconino County. And we're doing a lot of good things with that. And I'll highlight some of that coming up. This shows just what we've completed since July of 2023. We've got about $8.5 million worth of work performed. I'm not going to go through all of this. I have way too much information on my slides, but some of the highlights, the Mount Eldon Lookout Road drainage improvements, mitigating some of the post-wildfire flooding, Westwood Estates Cape Seal rehabilitation, some other drainage improvements in Ash Fork area. There's been some mill and fill work done on Lake Mary Road, Parks TI, Kona Drive. Slayton Ranch Road, it was about a year ago when we had that failure on the Rio de Flag crossing. And the engineering department put some plans together quickly and got that project done very quickly. We've also done the Parks Parks Road reconstruction, phase 2, south of I-40. We reconstructed about 1.5 miles of roadway there. And then some guardrail repair and improvements. So that's all just in a half a year. So some great work from the engineering department. And still to be completed this fiscal year in 2024, our 2024 pavement preservation project, which is on the consent agenda for later today. Lake Mary Road Mill and Fill project, phase 2, which is already awarded and will start as soon as weather allows. Stardust Lane reconstruct, Kachina Mill and Fill, Hutton Ranch Road dirt stabilization, Canyon Loop Road pavement reconstruction and safety improvements, and then a couple drainage projects at Harold Ranch Road and Spring Valley Road. Another $12 million worth of projects, so in total it'll be about $20 million worth of CIP projects and pavement projects this fiscal year. So one of the things we're really proud of is innovative ideas, innovative technologies that we've been including. Recently, crushing operation closed up shop here in Flagstaff, so we're not able to get aggregate base course for foundations for our pavements. So we started looking at new technologies, and we found a lignin product, and this is referred to as an organic polymer. It's extracted from wood pulp, pine wood pulp. So it's environmentally friendly, cuts down on the carbon footprint. They extract this material and then they mix it with the on-site base materials. Instead of hauling off material and bringing in new aggregate base, it stabilizes the material underneath the asphalt. So it's environmentally friendly, a great source, a great technology to use both for cost effectiveness, quality, and then environmental reasons. And we've got 2 projects coming up, Canyon Loop Road Reconstruct, which will stabilize the base material and we'll put asphalt back on top. And then we've got a little trial project out on Hutton Ranch Road with the gravel. It's currently a gravel road, and it's one of our highest cost, maintenance cost roadways in the county. We're grading that 2 to 4 times per month, sometimes weekly. So we're gonna use this lignin material to stabilize the gravel road and provide a solid, stable base that hopefully will definitely reduce the maintenance costs and maybe eliminate them for years to come. And then this last summer, we used a LithTech stabilizing subgrade product We were able to save 10% in overall costs on the Parks Reconstruct project, which was about a $200,000 savings. So when challenges arise, like with the getting aggregate base and having to pay more from bringing it from far away, we look for innovations to save costs. If slides were worth 1,000 words, I think this slide says a lot to what has gone on in public works over the last decade. This is a snapshot of the pavement condition over the last 10 years. The first snapshot to the left is 2014 pavement conditions. The same year Proposition 403 was passed with the road maintenance sales tax. It showed 35% of the roads were in poor or severe condition at that time, and also showed the needed investment at that time. 4 years later, 2018, the poor and very poor conditions dropped to 20%. Then that was with 4 years of the road maintenance sales tax funding. And then 5 years later, we just this last summer ran the pavement conditions again and saw a drastic drop with only about less than 4% of our roadways in poor or very poor condition. So great work. I can't take credit for this because I haven't been here for the last 10 years, but great work by a lot of people in this room in prioritizing projects and making sure we put the funding where it counts. This is the result of the pavement condition this last summer, a graphical map that shows the green, dark green and light green is the good and satisfactory. Then the yellow is the fair, and we only have a couple little segments, hot spots with orange and red. But this information informs us on decisions to make moving forward with pavement preservation and capital improvement projects, and some great information to have in prioritizing projects for the future. Looking ahead for 2025 goals and objectives, we want to deliver all projects identified in the debt finance CIP program projects, and we're well on our way to doing that. We feel really good. Some people doubted that we could get that mass amount of work done, but we're going to get it done. So another goal is to complete 2 studies in the Belmont area. Belmont's one of the fastest growing communities in the county, and we want to try to get ahead of it as much as possible. So we have a project with ADOT. We're working on the IGA right now to update the I-40 DCR. The last time that was updated was 2011, or when that study was done. And recent development has created some problems with the recommendations from that DCR. So we want to update it to look at the current. Go ahead.
What does DCR stand for?
Oh, I'm sorry, Design Concept Report.
Thank you.
Yep. And it looked at the interchanges and improvements to the interchange, or potentially adding some new interchanges. And we want to look at that. I mean, we want to get ahead of the transportation congestion issues in the Belmont area. So we'll be working on that one study, and then the county is funding another study to look at the frontage road, Shadow Mountain, and the intersection at Brannigan Park, Hughes, and Shadow Mountain, and the roundabout, to look at what improvements might be needed in the future with the future development. One of the other goals is complete an evaluation of all drainage structures not on the National Bridge Inventory List, and develop a priority list for replacement and maintenance. ADOT does the inspections for 31 of our bridges that are on the National Bridge Inventory List, but we have hundreds of other structures that aren't being looked at and evaluated, and we need to be proactive in identifying, replacement plans. Our infrastructure is getting older, and we need to have a proactive approach rather than a reactive approach. We are looking to add a full-time employee, or add a transportation asset inspector position whose main responsibility will be to look at all assets on the roadways and to create a plan for replacement and monitor and make sure we don't have any big problems in the future. And one of the last goals we have for FY25 is to kick off an evaluation of priority safe routes to school infrastructure improvements and priorities. But we'll be looking at that countywide, looking at the schools and the bus routes and trying to prioritize some projects for future funding. Not gonna be able to read this. I don't know if you can read it in your package, but we'll be fine tuning the engineering division 10-year construction plan. Have some information on the next slide about a 4-year plan. This shows the next 4 years of CIP projects. We already went through some FY24 projects. I'm not going to go through all these projects, but if you have any questions on them, feel free to stop me and ask. It shows the studies on there and the construction CIP projects that'll get us through the end of the debt financing process. And then our pavement preservation program, in addition to the CIP, this is a 5-year plan, and this is kind of fluid. We had to make some adjustments this last year because we were going to be in the Munns Park area, but due to 2 utility companies that had a lot of work going on, we didn't want our new pavement to be damaged, so we decided to wait a year. But we'll be looking at this year for FY24, the projects you see identified there. We'll be doing more of the mill and fill, concentrating on some of the orange and red that you saw on the pavement condition index. And there's one project on here that won't be completed due to budget. The Purple Sage Trail is going to be pushed to a future year. We had to drop a project to get into budget with the pavement preservation this year. And then next year we'll be back in the Munns Park area with chip seals, overlays, and crack fills. I think that's all I had. Christopher, you were going to go over the 10-year plans. Is there any questions?
Are there any questions at this time? Supervisor Fowler?
Do we still have the special districts? How many do we still have open on special districts?
Chair Vasquez and Supervisor Fowler, we still have that opportunity for people to apply and the county help facilitate that. But currently, I don't believe there's any open road districts right now.
They're all closed out.
Yes.
I just wanted to,
Sure.
because it's not in here and I thought, okay, well, good. We're all done with them. Finish the project.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, with respect to the 10-year plans, things are still somewhat dynamic and the things that we're looking at. But we're not presenting 10-year plans. That'll come in the next phase with the county manager. But the 10-year plan with respect to the projects that we want to do, we gave the handout and it's folded up. It looks like this map right here. Excuse me, this table right here. And so we can't get it on one page anymore. The writing's too small. And so it's 3 pages long and you can see the different years that we have projects out here and then where they're prioritized. And it's like Chad, county engineer, mentioned, want to put a caveat in here that we have to pace ourselves and we can only spend so much money. Our contractors can only do so much work. And so we gave our pavement preservation plan to the contractor this year and it exceeded our budget. And so we dropped off Purple Sage. And so this is what we plan to do. And there'll be situations where either because of NEPA clearances, because of availability of materials, just a whole plethora of things. So we plan to do this, but we want to keep the caveat in there that this is a plan and we're not guaranteeing the work in these years. And we'll definitely come back to the Board of Supervisors and talk about it. We move things around, why we have to move things around. We use that pavement condition index, and we talked about this a few weeks ago, how we prioritize projects and how we see the future transportation infrastructure. We see it continue to develop, so we get all our roads in the good or away from the poor and the fair conditions. That's all we have about the 10-year plans in engineering. We want to talk about fleet services now. And Ray Garcia is our Deputy Public Works Director. And just want to explain real quick before Ray starts that In fleet services, we divide it into two parts. There's mechanical services that handles the fleet vehicles for all of the county. And then there's a heavy equipment side of fleet services that's specific to Public Works. And because Public Works is transportation funded, not from the general fund, we make that designation. So the first part of this next presentation will be really specific to transportation related work and the heavy equipment shop, our graders and our backhoes and our loaders and things like that, the heavy haul equipment. And then we'll switch over to the general fund side of things. So I'll turn it over to Ray to talk about the heavy equipment shop and what we have going on there.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and members of the board. I'm Ray Garcia, Deputy Director of Public Works. I support or supervise or oversee the support section for Public Works. So the shops, facilities, safety and training, and then the admin finance section. So we're behind the scenes making sure that everything's working so the road maintenance crews and engineering division can be out in the public doing what they need to do. As Christopher said, we have on the heavy shop about 125 pieces of equipment. That's our yellow and orange iron. That's what maintains our roads, plows our snow, and keeps the public happy and safe. Mechanical services, again, that's the general fund. That's what all county departments drive, the white, what we call the white iron. And that's strictly general fund. Now, the parts department is up there separate because they are a split. We fund them with both HERF and general fund money because they do support both shops. On the heavy equipment shop, just a quick overview, we have two mechanics in Williams. They are focused on the heavy shop, but they do work on white iron as well. And we have sheriff's vehicles out there and a constable vehicle that we maintain. We have 4 mechanics in Flagstaff. And we have 2 vacancies in Flagstaff for the heavy equipment shop right now that we're working to fill. Some of our accomplishments this year. We recognize when I first got here a couple years ago that both FMD and us at Public Works, we rent scissor lifts and forklifts quite a bit. And so we went ahead and did an evaluation of the cost and determined that it would be cost effective to just buy them. And so we did. So the first 3 pieces of equipment there we bought for Public Works to use, but FMD will be able to use them as well. The rest of those are strictly for the road maintenance crews, the 2 water trucks we have in, pickups. The graders are due in April, and as well as the V-plows. In general, about 2,000 work orders this past year, almost 11,000 labor hours to keep the fleet running. And it's a big heavy lift to keep things going. We do use outside sources to maintain some of our equipment, either RDO or John Deere or others. And with additional mechanics, once we fill those vacancies, we feel we can reach our next goals for FY25, which is to provide 90% of the equipment repairs in-house and then maintain a 95% equipment ratio, readiness rate. Of course, we're always trying to achieve 0 lost time accidents across the whole Public Works division. Here's the planned purchases for FY25. It totals about $7.6 million worth of equipment. We're behind a year. We didn't make that many purchases last year or the year before. So this is where we're headed. And all of this equipment is not stuff that we want, but stuff that is aged out or mild out or houred out, one of the 3. So it's due to be replaced. And I'll get into a little bit more on the vehicle and heavy equipment replacement timelines that we're making some changes to later in the brief. Just a beautiful picture that I believe Lawrence Littleman took one early morning while he was getting ready to go to work. Mechanical services, again, our general fund division. We've got 3 mechanics in Flagstaff, 2 vacancies, and then our fleet supervisor, who's in charge of all the white iron fleet, is vacant as well. We should be conducting interviews next week for that position. We have 13 awesome applicants for that position. So, yes, sir, I can. I'm sorry. Whoops. There we go. I'll skip through those. Here's our capital replacement plan that I mentioned earlier. So we're working to, we have a 10-year plan that we're currently modifying. As Christopher said, we're in the middle of changing some of this for the white iron replacement plan. We had a need for about $3.5 million worth of replacements this year, and the fund only has 1.9 in it. So we're going to stretch some of the purchases that out over a couple of years, working with the different departments to make that happen. And we don't see any issues with that, but it's actually going to save us a little bit of money in the long run. And it's going to give us some flexibility in that we won't see big spikes in purchasing every 6 years when we replace a big bulk of the sheriff's vehicles. We're also looking, I'm sorry, I'll go back a little. We're also looking at EVs. Right now, I just conducted, I'm conducting studies on where we're going to look at putting EVs within the white iron fleet. We're looking to purchase a pickup for the public works that will spread throughout the county to let everybody give it a chance to try it out and see how effective it is within our the different departments. We do have 2 EV sedans that are getting used on a regular basis, but we'll continue to look towards that effort, as well as expanding our mechanical services shop to be able to support a future EV fleet. This was the graduated cost recovery plan for replacing white iron vehicles. It was put in place in 2018. I mentioned earlier we had a $3.5 million requirement, but we only have 1.9 in the fund, and the reason is that COVID hit, and with supply chain issues and all the costs that increased extravagantly during COVID, and we're still feeling some of that now. That fund is just not adequately replacing it. So we're in the middle of modifying that now. And so you'll see some changes to this for FY26, not yet this year, but we'll have that ready for FY26 with working with all the different departments and how we can get that fund increased so it's adequate to replace vehicles when we need to replace them. And we're not coming back to the general fund on a regular basis every 2 to 3 years asking for additional funds. So that's a work in progress. This is part of that. This is the draft of that policy that we're looking to change. The main highlight on this is I wanted to, on the top right there, you'll see we increased the life span of our yellow iron, which is the loaders, graders, backhoes, et cetera, to 15 years or 13,000 hours. Industry standard is 12,000 hours. Some of the vehicles we're tracking that we've auctioned off at 10 years or 12,000 hours years ago are still going at 16,000 hours because we are able to monitor them because we see the oil analysis reports coming from the Empire Cat. Nonetheless, the point is they last a lot longer than we thought, and so we can actually expand that lifetime a little bit and get a little more use out of them. That saves us money overall, and we can put that money towards other uses within the county. This is our current, the age of our fleet. This is the white iron fleet, and this is only vehicles that are in the current 10-year replacement plan. So we have a total of 318 vehicles in the white iron fleet. These are the ones that are in the 10-year replacement plan right now. And the key takeaways here is you'll see the first 3 columns there. That's where the bulk of our white iron fleet is. So it's not that old. We're in pretty good shape. We have about 20 vehicles on the last 2 columns that are getting old, but they are due to be replaced. So we're in pretty good shape with our white iron fleet as far as age goes. Mileage, we're in the same place. We've got a few vehicles off to the right that need to be replaced due to mileage, but nothing serious. And a lot of these are vehicles that are being driven around town and not long distance. And so we feel comfortable where they're at, and they'll be replaced in the next couple of years. Here's some of those costs, for example, that we wanted to discuss. And I'll just use one example, the dark orange there. A Tahoe from 2023 to 2024, an increase of 24% in price. Just incredible. And so this is really, it really outpaces our ability to replace the vehicles with the current plan that we have in place. So we're modifying that so we can make those purchases without any glitches in the future. This is also an example of just some of the parts increases, anywhere from 10 to 75% increases in parts over the past 2 to 3 years. So it's just gotten incredible. These are our charges that we charge for a department to come use a motor pool vehicle. And what the takeaways here is if you look at the 24-hour rates, we have for a sedan, $35, a rental company is 55, for a midsize SUV is 40, they're at about 109. Full-size trucks, we're at 45 and they're at about 155. So we're very fair in what we charge the departments for use of the motor pool vehicles. Here's some of the market dynamics that we're facing. Some of these I've already talked about. One of the big ones right now is that the dealers have gotten rid of the government purchase bank. So we used to they would set aside a certain amount of vehicles for government agencies to purchase. And of course, we get a little better rate. Those have gone away. So we are, for the most part, out there competing with the general public for purchasing fleet vehicles, the white iron. And so the costs have gone up due to that. It's still availability is tough. We're not able to find everything the way as quick as we want. Sometimes we're lucky. We did get a pickup truck here in a month, which was incredible. Normally it takes 6 to 9 months after we order something for it to show up. So we're still dealing with some of the straggling issues from COVID and all the part supply issues that we've had. We're working through them as best we can and keeping the fleet running. I haven't heard anybody screaming and yelling. Even when medical examiner's vehicle went down, we were able to support them with another vehicle and keep things rolling. So the departments are getting supported and will continue to do so. Here's some more of the market dynamics. We're recovering from the UAW strike. That's about done. I think we're not feeling the full effects of that anymore. Again, reduced government incentives, same thing. We're just not getting those government rates that we used to because the competition is just very high out there and the manufacturers have limited availability. The goals of Mechanical Services Shop. Bottom line is we're here to support the county and all the departments, and we'll continue to do so. We're short some folks right now, 2 mechanics and the supervisor, but we'll get those filled as soon as possible and keep the ball rolling. Again, we're able to outsource as needed. Even that process can be slow. Being in Northern Arizona, we don't have all the resources we need to support everybody. Even in the public sector, they don't. So with the patience of some of the departments and some juggling here and there, we're still able to support everyone. And again, we haven't heard of any significant crises at this point. This is an example of the Sheriff's Department plan we put together before we presented the Sheriff's Department with a new plan where they're going to adjust the amount of purchases we're going to make over this year, which will reduce the budget requirements for this year by about $1 million, and that will really help by stretching out the purchases over the next 2 years. And there won't be any significant issue with age or mileage on their vehicles. We're able to push out and purchase replacement vehicles for the ones that are the oldest and the ones that are definitely aged out and miled out, and then be flexible with the ones that we're going to purchase in the next 2 years. Some of our accomplishments this past year, $309,000 in replacement vehicles. Upfits, that's typically it's the sheriff's vehicles, all the lights, radios, sirens, and all the other stuff that we have to put on. We contract that out to a vendor in Phoenix, but about $106,000 worth of that this year. A few new vehicles to the fleet, about $800,000 that's pending receipt. So overall, $1.3 million that we've purchased this year. About 4,000 work orders this year, and 5,000, almost 500 labor hours in the Mechanical Services Shop. And again, that's a shop that's short 2 mechanics. So once we get full, you'll see those hours go up a little bit, but you'll also see the amount of service increase. So we'll be able to provide the 90% vehicle repairs within house once we get our mechanics filled. Again, maintain that 90%, 95% vehicle readiness rate is our goal, 0 lost time accidents, and then start to morph into an EV fleet where we can better support our environment and continue to support our departments. There's some planned purchases for this next year. Again, this is going to change based on the flexible 10-year plans that we're working right now. And pending any questions, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from board members at this time? Comments? All right, thank you. Oh, Supervisor Fowler.
And moving towards the electric vehicles, do we have enough charging stations out there? And how long does it take to charge a vehicle as you're driving out there?
We do not have enough charging stations, ma'am. We are working the plan so that when we upgrade our mechanical services shop, we'll include additional charging stations at Public Works for those motor pool vehicles. We have enough here. We've talked to Parks and Rec. They have the capability to put some in there. And as well as out at FMD and Community Development, we have the capability to put them in there. So the capability is there, but they're not in yet. But that's part of the plan, to build it as we go, so we're not just buying a bunch of vehicles and then stuck without a place to either fix them or charge them. So that is part of the plan.
And just a follow-up, Mr. Chair, and your, and then the education also for mechanics and how to maintain it, and
Yes.
does it cost more to maintenance,
It-
or is it cheaper?
It does not cost more to maintain them. It will take some training though. So we will have to pay for our mechanics, get some additional training on electrical safety, basically is what it boils down to. But overall maintenance wise, it is less to maintain.
Yes, sir. A couple of things that Ray has also brought up with respect to the maintenance of electric vehicles is that there's potentially a different kind of bay that we need at Public Works to work on those vehicles for containment if there's thermal runaway of a battery and things like that. And so Ray and the team are scoping that to understand it. And currently, through the research that we're doing, we see that electric vehicles have a range of about 250 to 300 miles, depending on the model. And depending on the charger that's available, it could charge within 30 to 45 minutes from almost being dead to fully charged. If it's a high amp or a high capacity charger, it could take, if you plugged it into your home outlet, you could charge it all night long and it still wouldn't be charged. And so it definitely takes different infrastructure, but where we can identify routes that people are taking and we can stay within that 300-mile range or 250 to 300-mile range, it's definitely viable. So if somebody was going to Page and they were working there and they could get there and plug the car in and they could conduct business, they're traveling back the same day, within about 45 minutes, it could be charged. And so it's definitely viable, more viable than it was maybe even last year. But there's still some growth and especially education, helping our team members understand how to do this. I don't know if any of you all have charged an electric vehicle, but it can kind of seem a little bit daunting.
What about your electric bill?
It's estimated that it costs about 4 cents a mile on an electric vehicle.
Mm.
All right, I just had a follow-up question as well about the EVs. I know we have 2 vehicles currently. What is the plan over the next couple years to increase the number of vehicles?
We're Chair Vasquez, we're definitely looking at letting the departments drive that process. They know their needs, and we can help inform that, and we can help them understand the options. Public Works we're looking at the next time we have to replace a pickup truck, that can we do it with an electric vehicle, and what are the cost implications of that? We typically amortize the cost of a new vehicle over a certain number of years. And it's somewhere around 7 years for a typical department. It's a little bit shorter for the sheriff's office because their life cycle is a little bit shorter. But so even if there's a little bit more of an increase up front, we amortize that cost over about 7 years. So there's a little bit less of an impact. And like Ray said, he said it well, that we don't see any crisis right now within the fund, and that there's a little bit of a shortfall. We're able to spread over these purchases over multiple years, but we're definitely going to need to make some changes in the future.
And then the other question I had is about the heavy equipment. Are there any efforts, maybe not electric, but are there any efforts for cleaner heavy equipment vehicles?
We definitely evaluate that. The process to purchase an electric vehicle or even just to replace something that we currently have, our road maintenance division specs out what they need. and then our mechanical services group and offer them, these are the different vehicles or pieces of equipment that are available. And so as we purchase new things, we can evaluate what are the opportunities to do things. California has a zero idle program where like vehicles with lifts need to be ran electrically, and so it's definitely something that's growing, and there's more availability to it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? All right, please continue.
So the last area at Public Works that we want to talk about, and we're into the general fund side of things. I wanted to talk about our solid waste program. And Kevin Van Horn is here, and he's the one that makes things happen. And actually, sitting right behind him is JC Needham. And JC is our or fleet services division manager, and JC's doing an awesome job for us in helping us purchase vehicles and navigate through all these trying times. It's definitely JC has only worked for us for a little more than a year, and he's had an uphill climb, and he's doing a great job. But so with Kevin leads our solid waste program. We have community cleanups that the county helps facilitate. And there's a roaming community cleanup, if you will. We typically always have one in Williams, Kaibab Estates West area. There's a cleanup there that's part of the city or the town of Williams landfill. We do something in Willard Springs. And then there's around the Flagstaff area, there's the landfill and Flagstaff area community cleanup. The firefighters, the group there, Bear Jaw Group, they do a green waste community cleanup. Then we try to rotate one. And so this year we're looking to do one in Forest Lakes. In addition to all those others, we'll do one in Forest Lakes, and next year we'll do one in Blue Ridge. There's vouchers that get sent out. That's the typical program. And residents are able to take their materials to the landfill and dispose of it there. We have the Willard Springs transfer station. And that's really the only transfer station that we maintain anymore. And it's a green waste transfer station. So there's not a lot of cost there where we're transporting materials up to the city of Flagstaff landfill. Each year we collect the green waste. It's a big effort in coordination with the Forest Service. They come and they burn the green waste on site, and it's just a more sustainable program. But you can see that we collected about 120 tons of recyclables this last year, and we're not doing any solid waste there anymore. At Public Works, we have somewhat of a state mandated program where we collect waste tires there at Public Works. And so it's at the Sheep Hill facility in Page and then out in Fredonia. We collect over $100,000 tires every year. And then we do receive reimbursement from the state. And when I talk to other county engineers or other public works directors, most of them, we're seeing that project operates in that it's self-funded and it takes care of itself. Some counties are starting to see where they're operating in the red and that they're not getting reimbursed for the same cost that they need to dispose of those tires. And how that program works is residents drop off the tires there. We collect a fee if it's appropriate. And we have a tire recycling company come out of Phoenix, and they truck the tires back down to Phoenix, and they get recycled down there. So currently, Coconino County's program, we operate with no influxes from the general fund for that waste tire program. But you might see something from CSA that they've advocated for other counties. And then we're working with the city, or the town of Williams and the city of Flagstaff to continue IGAs that help county residents dispose of their waste in those places. So that's our presentation from Public Works. If there's any questions or if you want to discuss anything, we'd be happy to entertain those questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
And just some comments, I'm anxious to hear how the electric vehicle program proceeds. And obviously I know there's been problems in terms of connections and charging stations. Also, we've heard problems with regards to weather, and especially in cold weather. So I know as things go on, we'll probably hear more from you on that. And as you know, we're hearing from members of our community on that. So we would appreciate updates on that periodically. And then just beyond that, just, certainly appreciate everything the Public Works does. We probably, as supervisors, get the most complaints about, not Public Works, but about roads. And we bring those to you, and I just want to thank you and your staff for your diligence and taking a look at them, and where appropriate and where possible is starting, to correct those concerns from the public, because that really, they drive those streets, they get home every day, and or don't, and your help on that is great. And then on the other hand, the greatest praise we hear is also related to Public Works, and that's roads, and of course, that's snow removal. And during the last electric light parade, and I was traveling in the a snowplow that was, of course, was all lit up, and it had the Public Works signs all over it. And everywhere we went along the parade route, everybody was clapping and cheering for Public Works and the great job that they had done for snow removal, and to get us, helping us get home and getting through some of these horrible storms, especially last year. But we had our share this year too. So again, thank you and your staff. We know you're out there late at night, early in the morning, and at times where none of us want to be on the road. So thank you all for the great work you do.
Joe Weiss, I want to recognize Joe. He's our road maintenance division manager, and that's his team, and he does such a great job with that. So thanks, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you for recognizing your team. Is there anybody else on your team that's here that hasn't been recognized yet? We want to make sure that they're all recognized.
Yeah, I think Viviana Reyes is, she's our culture and engagement and retention person, and she does a great job keeping us together and keeping the communication going. And I am an engineer, and she is a better communicator than me, and she gives me bits and pieces, and she helps us so that we really connect with people in the way that they need to be connected with. And so we're really grateful for the work that Viviana does.
Thank you.
No,
got everybody else?
We should recognize Lucinda, because we've talked so much about Prop 403, and she's next. But without Proposition 403, Public Works would not be where we are today, and our budget would be half. And so as the foresight of Lucinda and others to help get us in a financially a really good spot, it's been really great.
And Andy.
Yeah, and
Andy was involved in 403 as well, so.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments? Supervisor Hess?
Thank you, Chair. Public Works is like my home away from home. You know that, Christopher. You welcomed me when I did my internship, and I feel like it's kind of like my secondary home. So I really appreciate that. I really enjoy a mission statement, and it's probably Ray's a guidance on there. We live and die by the mission statement, and I really appreciate that. It always lets us know where to look that you're going, and then how to support your goals. So I really like the vision and the mission statement. Being a new guy, I always want to learn as much as I can. I'm an engineer, but I'm a combat engineer. So I always feel like I'm kind of like, know what I'm doing. And then guys like Chad and Nate come in and you, and just make me feel like, oh, I have no idea what I'm talking about. So I appreciate the engineers, the eggheads in the room, as we call ourselves, right? So no, I really do. And I really, the one thing that really I'm going to take away is all the big sheets that we're going deep into the weeds and look at where that's going. That really helps me kind of put a long distance view on what you guys do and how you do that. One other thing I really liked was the yellow fleet data. I really think that is probably saving us. I don't know how much, if you had a number to that. But being able to keep that yellow fleet alive for 2 extra years and going, that probably saves us a ton. And that's probably where we really need to put our weight and effort in. And I really would like you guys to just kind of pat yourself on the back, because that takes a lot to make sure that we keep that fleet going, and for the price tag, as you know better than anybody. So I'm really glad that you can explain that data in the short, small, incumbent engineer sort of way. But no, really appreciate. I was coming home, or I was coming to work today, and there was a plow truck on my road. So I was like, I just took it nice and slow and stayed behind him, and I really appreciate. And so do all the people in Belmont and all of District 3. And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge all of the projects that are going on at District 3. I mean, you look at that and just how much, you got the Perkinsville Road that we've talked about. You've got Lake Mary Road. You've got all that fill that you're doing. And I really just appreciate that. And the data you gave us is really going to help me get that out to the people in my district. So keep it up. Really, really proud of you guys. And I'll be coming out to visit you guys, because I get a little home feeling when I come out there. So thank you, Christopher. Thank you, all the crew.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by supervisors? Vice Chair Begay?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I really like the goals and objectives that you put together, doing everything in-house and 90% in-house repairs, and also your 95% of your vehicles being readiness, availability, and zero lost time in any kind of accidents that you have. And then also, I think the big one is developing a comprehensive green light fleet program. And I think there's going to be some work that needs to get done there, and like training the mechanics to work on EVs. And then also this charging stations. Of course, there's going to be the parts that you might have to get, or if there's, just a lot of work in that. So I think we've had people that came to our board meetings that really stress that, we should go that way, and that and we're glad that we have a couple of vehicles, that are that was purchased, for that, and so that will be we'll be testing that out, because we have a big area to serve, in the county and the whole county, and we're the largest county in the world, in the United States, and so we have to be the forerunner in this. And I'm so glad that all of your staff is right by your side, and working with you, and that you're looking at all alternatives and looking at all the everything that will make the programs, and your supervisors that can make the program with you in that way. So I just want to say I appreciate you all, for all your services that you have, and that continue and keep on trucking. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your taking care of all of the vehicles for all the county departments and programs, and maintaining all the roads throughout the county. And just, I'm actually really amazed. I remember the presentations for Ward 3 and where all the red lights were. That's all changed now. It's really good to see the progress in that. And also the projects that are being done that were like, these are not small projects. It's just a name, but they're big, huge projects that you're all accomplishing. And then trying to still maintain the staff that you have, and being able to try to bring in some more. So I just want to recognize all of you for your work, and just, I don't know what, it's just a really great job, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for all that you're all doing. And your revenue too, that is really amazing that we're getting revenue of this, and really tracking it to see how. I'm gonna study your little teeny tiny small prints and get my other glasses on. So, but yeah, I just think it's really great. And then SRS, we have to see how we're gonna address that. Thank you.
Thank you. My comments is first off, thank you for the presentation by Public Works. Great job. It's a lot of work and, we know you're out there hitting it hard. It was great to see all those accomplishments. Although do gotta say they're mostly in District 1 and District 3, but you know, one of these days, I recognize the work that was done out on Harold Ranch Road, last year, so I appreciate you guys. The one thing that I did
Should we
want to.
talk flood mitigation?
I know. I'm just giving him a hard time. The one thing I did want to comment about, it was about the recruitment and retention for operators, because this seems to be every year it's the same thing, 30 to 40% vacancy rate. And I was wondering, is there any connection or pipeline with CCC and their CDL program and some kind of incentives so we can get folks to come work for the county?
Yeah, Chair Vasquez, thanks for that. We do partner with community college, Coconino Community College, and that's been a huge benefit to Public Works. When we hire somebody, it's harder to find somebody that has a CDL already. And so we recruit people that want to get a CDL, and then we help them through the program at the community college, and then they come back and work for us. It's it's a gamble. Somebody, we might help them get that training and they might leave, but more often than not, they stay and they do a great job. And so it's been a good partnership.
When you do those kind of programs, is there any commitment that they have to do to the county for getting that assistance?
There is somewhat of a commitment there is.
Thank you. Well, other than that, thank you for the great presentation. Look forward to hearing more about it at the next session. Yes, thank you. Are we ready to move on to our next presentation? Next presentation is Flood Control District Administrator Lucinda Andriani.
Great, thanks, Lindsay. All right.
Oh, that was really weird.
Okay. We're on Navajo Nation time now.
It's 4:30. It says 5:30, it's 4:30, right?
All right. Good
All right.
afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Floor is yours.
And well, we don't have the county attorney here, so we don't have to worry about going in as flood control district or any of that process. It's just informational, right? Okay, great. Make sure we don't violate anything right up front here. So good afternoon. I know it's been a very long day particularly for several of you that made the long trip out to Tucson for an important meeting this morning. So we're going to move through this really quickly. I do want to try to leave a little bit of time for the end because really I want to touch on what we really see as the challenges and challenges are always opportunities coming into this next year. Just to close out Public Works, I just want to say, now that they've all left, I should have said this first, but it's really wonderful to see Christopher and his team taking the vision forward. You know, it's always great to see that work is continuing. And I'm really proud of that effort and what we've been able to accomplish. And a lot of good work's getting done and has gotten done. And I think really to date, this board, prior boards have kept the promise and have moved that forward. And always the challenge will be team members, getting the right team members on the team and getting the work done. We knew that from day one. Andy and I had those conversations a lot back starting in 2012. So All right, move through this fairly quickly here. We're just going to do a bit of an overview. Certainly, you know the team. We've got pretty phenomenal small team that gets a tremendous amount of work done and you know has hung in there through a lot of challenges over the last, particularly the last couple of years here with all the flood mitigation effort and challenges. So I want to personally say how grateful I am to have such a great team, both internally and our external team. All of our consulting engineers, contractors, everyone that we've worked with have just been tremendous, and the success is about the team. These are the three programs in terms that are the categories of programs relative to the budget. Sean's going to get more into those details. I did want to take a couple minutes, though, to look at this diagram that Sean Golightly put together that really looks like, you know, we have a set of funding that comes into the flood control district through our property tax. And, you know, obviously over the last couple of years, pretty significant amount of that's been siphoned off, not only from flood control, but also from the general fund to deal with the pipeline post-wildfire dynamic and situation. And fortunately, you're going to see we've had a lot of success with that. And we'll be doing a longer update on the 26th relative to pipelines. So you're going to get a touch of that today, but we'll have more information on the 26th as well. And then certainly the board has made a commitment, and frankly, it's been pretty amazing that we've been able to keep that commitment to forest restoration through all the dynamics that we've been through. It's really a credit to you, a credit, you know, to the team that we've been able to continue to do that. But what does it mean? It means that we have the traditional flood control projects that our attorneys are pretty much continually reminding me of, that, you know, your responsibility are in these special flood hazard areas, these FEMA flood, that's why you exist. And they've been good about helping kind of say, hey, that really does need to be your longer term, you know, focus. And so we'll talk about that a little bit today. So I think this is kind of a great graphic that shows, you know, where does the funding go just overall. And this is the team, the organizational chart laid out there, somewhat colorful because we have resources that exist in a couple of other departments, community development, public works. I will add that we are going to move forward to fill the Forest Restoration Program Manager 2 position. Jay and I believe that that's really necessary with the projects in Upper Rio, and simultaneously we're going to have you know, a lot of project work going on in Bill Williams Mountain. So we're going to need more boots on the ground to really help monitor and manage those projects as those move forward. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing that we have that position and that we can have that resource available. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Sean to talk about some of the financials, and then I'll be back up.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Sean Puyama. I serve as the Flood Control District Business Manager. To start, just a quick budget overview. Like Lucinda said, the Flood Control District is allocated to 3 programs, which were highlighted earlier. In FY24, the district-based budget was roughly $9.8 million. Those funds are utilized to cover the operating costs, salaries, basic roles, and functions of the Flood Control District. The district is also responsible for managing and overseeing the allocation of all federal and state awards related to the post-wildfire mitigation efforts within the county. This first graphic shows the allocation breakdown of the revenue that goes into those 3 programs. You'll see that forest restoration is receiving the larger portion, which does include funds allocated for capital projects. In 2022, the Flood Control District Board of Directors approved the property tax increase from 26 cents to 50 cents to help provide forest restoration the funding to complete these projects, which is why a larger portion of the allocation is to forest restoration. Now we're going to look at the three programs individually. This first slide shows how, but did I skip one? Oh, sorry. Yeah, this slide shows how Flood Control Administration is doing in terms of their expenses versus their revenues for FY '24. Currently, we're estimating to end the fiscal year under budget. This allocation is used to support the administration's operation, travel, as well as salaries and EREs and other annual expenses. Now, the next slide shows the same information as it relates to forest restoration. Again, based on current estimates, forest restoration is also trending to end under budget for FY '24. The allocation for FY '24 is a bit higher in this graphic than what is normally allocated on an annual basis for forest restoration because of a carryover from FY '23 that was in the amount of 3.1 million. Because of that, we were able to allocate a bit more than usual to the related flood or forest restoration capital projects. Now, this next slide is showing the same comparison for the National Flood Insurance Program Administration budget. The program budget does show that there does look to be an estimated end-of-year overage in about roughly $5,000. This overage is due to unplanned and unbudgeted costs related to the recruitment process for the county's hydrologist position, which is housed under NFIP. This was a one-time expense and is not something that was planned annually under the NFIP budget. Even with that unplanned expense, NFIP does seem to be staying very close to their annual allocation for FY '24. As with the previous programs, NFIP allocation helps support operations, studies, and a portion of the FTE salaries and EREs for the NFIP team members. Now, the next couple slides move away from the district's base budget a bit, and it's information we feel is important to the board to be aware of as it does tie into how we anticipate impacts for FY '25. First, a brief recap of the funding associated with the post-wildfire mitigation efforts for pipeline, which are currently ongoing. Now, as some of you may know, the Board of Supervisors approved a loan of $15.5 million from the general fund to help support emergency response and post-wildfire flood mitigation efforts. Those funds have been instrumental in helping support the district with expenses that were ineligible for reimbursement through our federal and state awards. These funds are what have been allowed the district to not have to utilize base budget funding, in particular the forest restoration capital project funding and various ineligible costs related to the mitigation efforts. Currently, the district is estimating that those funds will be completely expended by the end of this fiscal year. Now, the impact to the district's base budget will be seen in FY '26 when we look at the payment process for that loan. The current plan is to begin making payments from the flood control district base budget to the general fund in the amount of $3.1 million per year for 5 years, beginning in FY '26. The annual payment will be a portion of the district's annual revenue allocation. The district does plan to come back to the board at a later date to have a much more robust conversation regarding the general fund loan and the impacts to the future base budget. The district and county has also been extremely successful and fortunate to have had the support of various federal and state partners throughout this process. The district has been awarded roughly $122 million in federal and state funding for the various on-forest and neighborhood mitigation projects. Partners include the U.S. Forest Service, NRCS, DFFM, AZ Smart, and our state congressional offices. This slide provides a snapshot of the various awards and their funding sources. This next slide is a brief summary of those various federal and state awards and where we stand in terms of usage. Overall, you can see that the combined usage we have has been expending $29.3 million in federal and state funding to date. The next slide highlights the district's expenses to date in terms of the mitigation efforts. These amounts date back to when the general fund loan was originally issued and does include emergency response costs. One important thing to note is that while the loan was for $15.5 million, the district also did receive unplanned revenue in the form of financial support from DFFM in 2023. That was added to the loan to help provide additional funding for the district to help cover ineligible costs and mitigation efforts. This action was approved by the FCD Board of Directors in June of 2023. We do plan to come back to the board next week for a more detailed discussion regarding the general fund loan, but this is just some general information we wanted to share today. You'll see that the district, through the general fund loan and DFM funds, have expended roughly 19.3 million to date for both emergency response and mitigation support. To recap, we have spent on forest investments have been roughly about 18.6 million, on forest investments about 18.8. The district has invested roughly 10.4 million for a total of about 47.8 million for the Schultz pipeline flood mitigation efforts. These numbers are fairly up to date. They will continue to go up as we continue to do projects in the area. I know that's a lot of numbers and a lot of information really quick, but we're trying to stay on top of time. If
I have
there
a
was any
question real
questions.
quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I noticed that the asterisks mean that those haven't been spent yet, but those are projected to start as soon as the spring.
Yes, they're projected to start. Well, they actually have started, and those are GMP amounts that we do expect to expend on these next set of projects.
And then the next question, the total investment to date says 47,000, but on the big map we were given, it says 44,000.
Yes, and that just kind of shows how fast things move. Over the last couple of weeks, we have increased our investment by about 3 million.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, thank you. And I know the numbers, of course, come in and out, and part of it changes because money is coming in and going out at different times. So I know that's sometimes hard. It's very hard for me to try to keep track of. So we have a federal and state awards of approximately $122 million.
Correct.
How much towards that? And I know it's probably over more than one fiscal year, but how much has the flood control district put in for flood mitigation for the pipeline fire?
The total is the 10.4 million.
That's it.
Well, yes, that does not include the emergency response cost.
And
So-
what is the emergency? This is good. This is helpful.
So yeah, if you go back to the previous slide, it's about
10 mil.
8.9 million. Yes, so the total investment for the district is the 10.4, actually it's more than that, it's 19 right here. 19.3
Okay.
is the full investment from the district.
So it's approximately total about somewhere around 140 million.
Correct, yes,
Thank you.
yes.
I was trying to estimate that for my newsletter, and I think I got it right. So
Great.
thank you.
And as Lucinda mentioned, we do plan to come to the board next week where we will kind of dive down into these numbers and break it down a little bit more. Were there any other questions?
Still marinating.
It's a lot of numbers and a lot of movement.
No, I think, please continue.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to Casey and he's gonna take it from here.
Sean has done a great
Thank you.
job. This is, he's probably got one of the, thank you. He's probably got one of the biggest jobs managing, this single budget than anybody and all check. And one of the things I really want to highlight is that our reimbursements are almost completely up to date. So we've pretty much gotten reimbursed for all the federal expenditures. We're very close to, yeah. And
Just to share, we'll talk about that next week, but we've out of all the funds that we've requested for reimbursement, we've received about 98.5% of it, so.
meaning that we're good at working with the contractor and sorting out what's eligible, what isn't eligible. And NRCS is just phenomenal to work with. They're really good about sitting down with Sean and working through everything, frankly, before we submit everything, so it goes quickly. This last reimbursements, both for NRCS and from the Forest Service, came within a few weeks. And that's like unheard, you all know, like when we try to get reimbursement from FEMA, it takes 3 to 4 years, right? We're getting it, this last one we got within 2 to 3 weeks. And so once, it's moving very quickly. So takes a little bit to get it set up the first time, but then once it's set up, it moves very quickly. So partners have been really great. So I'll turn it over to Casey. Now we're going to discuss accomplishments. I'm sorry, go
All
ahead.
right, Supervisor Fowler had a question or comment.
I just want to appreciate Sean for the way you do your presentations and how you break it down, you know. Elementary, my child, elementary, you know. And that's the way we understand it, as well as the public, you know,
That's
we,
right.
they need to understand how we're expending the money and how the reimbursement comes back, what projects, where where the money is going. And that is really going back to making a promise kept. You know, that's Lucinda's famous line. And I just think that the way that the budget is presented in this fashion, you know, very nicely broken down and per projects and giving us a big picture, we're able to understand and seeing and then seeing the projects too. So really appreciate that. So thank
And
you, John.
We'll do an update next week, but then we'll also need to get you out soon because we've started on Copeland. In fact, I think today or tomorrow, they're supposed to start laying the 10-foot diameter pipe, and it's very exciting to see. So we'll get you out there, probably let it dry out a little bit more and then get you out there so you can see it.
And I'm sure that's the reason why we're getting reimbursed right away. Too. Thank you.
Well, and it helps that we're getting a lot of work done, right? So we've got a great contractor. So.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I keep asking for this breakdown, I really appreciate this, Sean, to get the numbers, is because I think the public needs to know that we have, as a flood control district, as the county, approximately just under 20 million for the emergency response and flood mitigation work, but that has been parlayed into $122 million of flood mitigation
Leveraged.
for our community. And I think that that is unbelievable, number one. It's a testament to all of the hard work of the county team. And, you know,
Including the
work
board
we-
in DC and working with our senators.
and then I was going to say that, but if you want to say, you can say it. And a big thank you to both Senator Kelly and Sinema and former Representative Tom O'Halloran. We had a team from the county to our congressional delegation, and the little county of Coconino was able to parlay approximately $20 million into $122 million of a response for our community. And that is just unbelievable. And it really speaks volumes to everybody in this room and probably most of the people listening. And a big thank you to our congressional delegation. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Tremendous support that we've had.
Thank you. And the question I had, because just want to highlight some of the recent successes, was the additional funding from NRCS
Yes,
and the
additional funding.
congressional directed spending. Both of those influenced this project. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, please?
Sure. In terms of congressional directed spending, that came through Senator Kelly and Sinema again. And we have, in the ballpark of $1 million to be able to put toward Highway 89, addressing mitigation issues involving the highway, which, we had 13 closures in 22, and that affects the nation dramatically. It affects, it destroys their roads because all those trucks go on their roads. And so very important project. So we're excited about that. And then the additional funding really was a result of steel costs. Arizona is like probably one of the largest states consuming steel right now with the level of developments going on down the valley with the chip plants and all the other development. And the steel prices had continued to rise, even though we've done some good strategies. But NRCS had unobligated funds, and they turned that around very quickly. Again, another thank you. I saw Tom at the airport this weekend when I flew in on Friday back from DC, and shared with him how successful things are going, and that said we got to get you up here to see it. He's always just been really very supportive, continues to be.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
Thanks, Lucinda. Thanks for the presentation. Sean, good job. It's amazing how we waited for years to get reimbursed, and now it's dwindling
Right,
down
yeah.
to 3 weeks of the last reimbursement. That's a big accomplishment. That means that we know what we're doing. The staff know what they're doing. We did a lot of advocacy, knocked on 30 doors in Washington DC.
Yeah, really.
They must have got tired of us talking about it over and over and over, saying we get reimbursed so many years and said laying this and laying that. You know, I just feel, I'm so proud of you guys all together,
Thank
you know, for coming out and just really doing the work. And so it means a lot, you know, we had a lot of people that were helping us. Karen from Phoenix office, you know, her, she's just was right on top of
Make the
it,
team.
Bob on, and then, you know, the board and, you know, all the way up. And so I just want to say, with the support of this administration, you know, we did it. And so things can get done, you know, if we're all in one boat to say, so to speak. But I just want to say, I'm glad that, you know, we're getting our dollars back right away, and that we're addressing the, emergency response mitigation project, flood mitigations, you know, that's what's needed. And so, and really the 89 corridor connects everybody from the north to the south through Flagstaff to Phoenix. So just again, thank you so much for everything.
And it's pretty amazing to think that we're almost at 50 million and we haven't even had the money for a year yet. We've got another 2 weeks before we hit the 1-year milestone. So that's a really amazing accomplishment. So we're between you and dinner. That's an hour off, but we're between you. So we'll keep moving. We got a few more slides here. We're going to quickly go through accomplishments.
Well,
Just if I can, one
Supervisor
more thing,
Horstman.
just to say, and you've just underscored it. It is, I believe, one of the reasons when we went back to ask for more money, I think we were all very concerned about the fact that they're going to say, but we've already given you,
Right,
you know,
right.
100 million, we've already given you. But the truth is that I think we, Coconino County, again, the team effort, but certainly leadership of the Flood Control District and our private partners
Mm-hmm.
really proved themselves.
That's right.
They were able to deliver, and they delivered in unbelievably record time. And I think that also played a big role in, quite frankly, continuing funding, you know, from DFFM as well as NRCS. And I think we have proven ourselves. So we're credible, and we have been very, very fortunate that we've been able to deliver for our community. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now you may proceed to accomplishments. Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, my name is Casey Jenkins. I serve There we go. Can you hear me now? Perfect. Thank you. And we have work being done in Copeland, Peaceful and Government Tank. This is the $47 million investment that Sean touched on earlier. We have also completed the museum fire flood area. Just in January, we completed phase 2 of the Parkway Sediment Basin. We assisted Tucson, the town of Tucson, in acquiring over $2.3 million, which has positioned both the town and the district to be able to complete a comprehensive drainage master plan, which is very important, as well as proceeding to a design concept report. Lucinda, our district administrator, has served on the Federal Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission. These are national leaders representing counties across the country, and they created a consensus of 148 recommendations that they presented to Congress in the fall. We also had the unique opportunity of welcoming a government leadership team from New Mexico, presenting them with our lessons learned back in July 2023, and also giving them a tour of the projects that we have ongoing on force and mitigation being done in the neighborhoods. This led to a visit of part of our team going to New Mexico to see the impacts of the 2022 Calf Canyon and Hermit's Peak fire, and seeing what they're dealing with, challenges that they're dealing with, and being able to add and support them, consult them, maybe how they can move forward with those projects. Over the course of the last 2 winters, with significant snowfalls, the county has been able, or sorry, the district has been able to provide sandbags to mitigate flooding, as well as provide information to help the public deal with these large snow events. And finally, thanks to our community relations manager, Sean Golightly, as well as members of our team, we've had a lot of success with community communications as well as media coverage. We have had a dozen resident meetings across the flood corridors, as well as local and regional media attention, e-news updates, as well as advisories to the community. So, nice and quick. I'm going to pass it over to Jay Smith to talk about the forest restoration accomplishments. Any questions?
One moment, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes. Mm. Oh, so I had this take photos and send it to everybody. So here's Lucinda here. So anyway, I just want to just appreciate you because the conversation in that hearing that took place really was very educational from different angles, very educational. And then the congressional, the senators that were there asking the questions, bipartisan, showing their concern, and right down to the local level, from wildfire to flooding to home displacement and housing issues, and it's just it's a whole different game than having a tornado go by, or what we've been saying. It was really brought out in that. So I just want to I didn't mean to bring it out that much, but anyway, I just want to appreciate you being involved in that. And I thought that C-SPAN and that public hearing that took place was really well done. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. I've been fortunate to have the support from the county to be able to participate in that and contribute what is a local experience. And it is largely counties that deal with disasters, irrespective of what they are. So, I think we're having an impact, and we know that Kelly's office is working with Romney on a package of legislation. So we're anxious to see that move forward, and it will be very positive. Whatever gets done will be positive for the future. So thank you.
Yeah, that's what I got from it. I mean, from Michigan to Utah, Mitt Romney just did really great job.
Yeah,
So.
and it was very nice to be in that setting and have a very dignified, non-political discussion about an issue that is not partisan, right?
Yep.
Fires, we talk a lot about how we lost the most expensive homes during tunnel and the least expensive homes during tunnel. It's an equal opportunity. So I think that committee in particular recognizes that and chose not to go a political route. They really talked about the issue. I really appreciated that. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor.
That is recorded as well, and it was really excellent to hear. Jay told me, hey, Lucinda's on, and so I said, what? And so I got the link and got to listen to the whole commission, the Senate hearing on it, and it was very, very informative. So I would highly encourage my colleagues and others to take a listen. It was excellent. You did a great job, but it was really, I learned a lot just from listening.
I did too. I mean, just the questions, the conversation. So yes, if you haven't seen it, go see it, because we're dealing with it every day, So, I mean, not every day, but, well, I guess we are, because, we're trying to mitigate all the time, and trying to figure out how we're going to do it. Exactly, yeah. So anyway, thank you.
Well, if I could just ask if you could send that link for that testimony so that we can see it, because some of us haven't seen it yet. Thank you.
Just have a bunch of photos of Lucinda on my phone.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Just a real quick accomplishment update on forest restoration. We've been talking a lot about forest restoration, so I don't want to bore you too much. We did complete the Bioeconomy Development Opportunity Zone. We did get a A rating, which basically just puts us in the category where the company EcoStrat that did this work, they have over 10,000 contacts in the industry, so they will be reaching out to a bulk thing, and we'll do a big meeting and kind of reach out to this biomass industry that we're trying to attract to Arizona. Also, we have been developing this partnership now over the last few months with the Nature Conservancy to help us do work on Bill Williams and the Upper Rio de Flag forest restoration project. So excited about that. We're going to continue to move that forward. We also conducted a biomass efficiency study with NAU, Ecological Restoration Institute, kind of looking at what are the ways, is our air curtain burner the right tool, the wrong tool? How can we use these tools? You know, it did show that those machines really aren't effective at removing large scale, landscape scale amounts of biomass, but can really be effective in our community wildfire projects that we do. So that's kind of was good for us to see that, and good to be in a partnership with that. The other thing I really wanted to point out, and this is not to toot my horn, but really the team, that we do a lot of work in our community. I serve on the board of GFFP, on National Forest Foundation's Northern Arizona Forest Fund, the DFFM's Forest Stewardship Committee. I know Sean works with, I think, the Flagstaff Leadership Program. Shirley does work with several different programs in the county. You know, we're not just focused on sitting in front of our desk. We're trying to get out in the community and get the message out as well. And then lastly, back to Sean Golightly, a little shout out to him and the help he's given us in communications and public outreach with forest restoration in mind. We did the community wildfire and flooding presentation to the community at the Orpheum last year with the sustainability, and he's already produced over 20 articles and media coverage for the forest restoration and wildfire crisis that we're dealing with. So again, we've got to get the word out, and he's doing that, helping us get that out. So appreciate Sean and his work. And I'm going to turn it back over to Lucinda.
All right, thank you, Jay, and Jay's done a tremendous job keeping connections at a lot of different levels, not only locally, but at the state and federal level as well. Katie is with us with community development. John Carr is not feeling well today. I'll tell you, Katie, I'm just going to move through this really quickly, but just the NFIP program, National Flood Insurance Program, I mean, that is another reason why the district actually exists, right? Is to be able to administer this program at the local level. Big accomplishment this year was went through the 5-year renewal. Every 5 years, they come out and renew the community rating system. Our community rating remains the same, which is good, but it's still not a very good rating. But frankly, until we can make investments in our FEMA special flood hazard areas, it won't change. That's what is the change, will change that. And why is that important? Because if you can lower that rating, it lowers people's flood insurance and the premiums. So that is important for people who live in those areas. So, and we'll talk about that more on the 26th. So I really want to thank Katie, who's our county hydrologist, for the work that she does in that arena. So moving ahead, future challenges, and we'll touch more on this in different places and times, but post-wildfire flooding, you know, we've got a lot of money. We will still have things that we need to move forward with over the next probably year to maybe up to a year and a half. to expend the rest of those dollars, and there will be additional ineligible costs that we will have to cover. And as Sean mentioned, we expect the loan and DFF funds to be exhausted by the end of this year. So likely before the end of the year, we'll be coming to the board looking for some additional funding to cover those costs as we move forward. I think that's the major piece. Highway 89, we're still waiting to hear on the Protect grant. We did get the 1 million in the congressional directed spending, which is great. That will be very helpful, particularly for the government tank crossing. And you know, we're in a process, a lot of moving parts in that government tank. I'll talk more about that next week. Forest restoration, I think we all know that the federal funding is the BIL and IRA funding. There's only 2 more years of funding. And so we want to make a major effort to get end of year funds this year and next year to try to help contribute toward, of course, completing Bill Williams, but very importantly, completing the plan and projects for the Upper Rio. And we're going to need to continue to advocate at the federal level that they put their money in as well. So in terms of the FCD traditional project funding, this remains a challenge. We were able to support the town of Tucson in getting the 2.3 million for the comprehensive master drainage plan, which is great. That's going to launch that process. But we have projects that are potential projects in Sedona. We manage the floodplain within our county, within Sedona, and upstream of Sedona, and to some extent downstream, not very much downstream, that there are issues there that need to be addressed. Fort Valley, significant issue there. Now we've really highlighted in Fort Valley that post-wildfire, there is going to be a significant impact, 31 times increase. And so we really need to look at that area, because anything we could do will help mitigate post-wildfire as well, as we've seen post-Schultz with the pipeline. So Kachina, challenges there. Munns Park, major issue there, but unfortunately very limited opportunities. So we're going to have more discussion on this piece next week, but I think looking longer term, we need to look at how do we start setting aside funds that we can invest in these special flood hazard areas. And again, work to get our community rating down. Lastly, a couple other pieces that are really important to look at for costs going into next year and future years is flood control districts are not covered. We have an immunity relative to construction and so forth, but we have no specific insurance coverage. We are not covered under the Arizona county's insurance pool. And so in working with Margaret Bernardo, our risk manager, she has identified another type of product. It's not really an insurance product. It's called parametric insurance. Insurance is in quotes for a reason. It's really a mechanism. It's a financial mechanism where people invest, and you're able to develop a mechanism that would trigger a payment to the district if we had experienced like a major flood event. And be able to recover costs. Oh, actually, it's not even a recovery. You get a payment and that then is to be used to cover the costs of repairs and that type of thing. So we're in a process of evaluating that and working with a firm that provides that type of product. We'll be back to talk about that. It's a whole world in and of itself. The other thing that we need to begin to budget for in 2025 is infrastructure maintenance. I mean, we've been very fortunate. We've had, frankly, spent very little on infrastructure maintenance beyond, the first flooding events and everything in 22. We've not had to do hardly any maintenance on that system, Schultz system, or the current system, but we've got a big system. We're going to have a lot of assets, and we are going to have to budget to be able to do inspections on an annual basis and be able to make repairs when we need to be able to make repairs and things like that. Fortunately, the systems that we're investing in are very low maintenance, so that's a good thing. And then lastly, as you know, you all continue to bring up, and it's true, unplanned future events. We can't prevent that. So, being prepared to be able to respond effectively to those. Fortunately, we've got an excellent system now of being able to respond. Hopefully, we don't have to utilize our resources in that way. We can continue with the forest restoration and avoid those. So thank you for your attention today. I know it was a lot of information after a really long day, but, and I know you've got a meeting at 6 o'clock, so, but look forward to continuing the conversation through the budget process.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any final comments? Supervisor Hess?
I'll jump in. Lucinda, your team has been outstanding. The amount of information you've given me, the meeting we had, all those things. And it shows because I've already got feedback from Red Lakes area, saying how much they learned and how just us getting that information up to the state, how happy they are with your crew and what you guys brought to the table. So really, you guys don't understand that what you're doing is impacting not just the big emergency
Obvious.
ones, the obvious ones, but outside of what you're looking at. So keep up the good work. You guys are really touching on stuff that is really near and dear to everyone's heart. So, continue that. As we've talked about, education is key. People don't want to spend more money on stuff, but until they know that $1.8 billion could be spent, if in the worst case scenario, was it 2.8?
2.8.
2.8. Jay was like, no, dig it up. But I'm already hearing from my district how much the team has helped with just the one phone call that we had that one time. And people, they don't like hearing it, but they understood it. And that's the biggest thing, is they understood and they can understand it to a level that keeps them safe. And that's, at the end of the day, that's our entire goal, is to make sure everyone doesn't have to go through the insurance. I'd rather them not have to do the insurance at all. So again, thank you. I really do appreciate it. All you guys are doing a great job. The numbers, I'll get there. You're too good. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's, now I won't steal Jay's thunder, but next week, Fred Solop just did a survey for the comprehensive plan. And you're going to see some really interesting data come back on people's perception of forest restoration. And I don't think it'll surprise you, but I'll let him share that next week. So, and this is for the rural area, outside of Flagstaff. The study was done outside of Flagstaff, which I think is really important. And we know a lot about Flagstaff's perceptions from other studies that have been done, but this hadn't been done outside of Flagstaff. And I'll tell you, I just, to close, the impacts continue. Today, I got a call from a gentleman whose insurance company, he's now starting to rebuild from the tunnel fire. And his property was affected by flooding as well. And his insurance company now is saying, you waited too long. He waited too long to be able to start construction. And so, we're going to help put a little package of information about what's gone on out there. And, but so that to share what are the facts on the ground. And so, it's how do you help people get through this this process and these ramifications that most people don't even know will have happened or will happen, right? So thank you for your continuing support. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Are there any other final comments? Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So I just want to, Steve always says, county is partnership. County means we work in partnership. And that's the presentations from all of the departments, basically, but this one as well. Jay, with all the partners that have come together for forest restoration, We can't do it alone. We just can't do it alone. And then, and then I'm really happy that you brought out the annual the community rating system. I remember the first time it happened, it's like, what is going on?
Right.
Then we really, you all had to really figure this out and really work with FEMA on this. And I think that communities need to understand why these projects are necessary, how it personally affects them, you know, and future real estate, you know, in the area.
Absolutely.
So that's something that in the process we've had to learn all that. And so I'm really just happy to see that that is an ongoing, and to really look at some kind of insurance that you're all investigating right now.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, I mean, you guys are doing an amazing job, and just the explanation, the way it's presented, and being able to present it where people understand why are why is why are we doing the things we're doing, how you're doing that. So I appreciate that, and then explaining it to the world also.
Right. All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation, and we'll hear from you guys again next week. All right, with that said, we will take a break until 6 o'clock for dinner, although we do have one announcement.
Mr. Chair, we do have some pizza and salad upstairs. If you'd like to partake, it is in the break room. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 6:20 now. I think it feels it
It's
feels a Navajo
5:20.
energy. That's why.
We will
It's on
reconvene at
daylight.
6 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to have the supervisors introduce themselves and mention their districts. Thank you.
Patrice Horseman, Supervisor, District 1, present. Good evening, all.
District
Good-
2,
Good evening, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current chair. I apologize for being virtual, but I need to do that for this evening for the rest of the meeting. So thank you.
District 3,
Good evening. I'm Adam Hess. I'm District 3 Supervisor. Thank you for coming.
District 4, Judy Begay, Supervisor and current Vice Chair. District 5,
Good evening, Lena Fowler, District 5. Thanks so much for joining us this evening.
we'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance at this time. Please all rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Okay, call to the public. We will now have a call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that the issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted upon by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will take the public comments from those in the room first and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Please note that if you have comments related to action item 18, we will open that item for comment once we get to that item. Also, if you have comments regarding public hearing number 20, we will take comments once we get to that item also. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. At this time, if there is anyone that would like to provide a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you've joined us virtually, hit that hand, that will raise your hand and notify us that you'd like to speak. If you've joined us in person, we have comment cards up by the door on the table, orange comment cards that you can fill out and bring to me. And I can either read the comment for you or we'll call you up to the podium to make your comment. Since we don't have a whole lot of people here tonight, you can also make your way to the podium if you'd like to provide a comment here in person. And as a note, only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we are asking that there be no clapping, booing, or shouts of either approval or disagreement from the audience. We ask that all attendees and speakers be respectful that this is a public meeting and avoid using profane, derogatory, or insulting language. In the interest of time, if others have already expressed your views, you may simply indicate that you agree with the previous speaker. If appropriate, a spokesperson may present the views of a group. At this time, Vice Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And again, if you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. Vice Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised or comment cards and no comments in our email box either.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Daly. Before we go to the Board of Supervisors consent agenda, I would like to recognize Matt Ryan. Thank you for being here. And I know it's going to be hard for you to stay away, but we like you being here. So thank you so much. We do have a consent agenda before us, and all matters under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like us to remove item 10. It's going to remove some others, but I think 10 will be just fine tonight.
Any other items by board members? No.
And at this time, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 3 through 14, removing item 10.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and there's a second to only remove item number 10 from items 3 through 14. Is there a motion, is there a second? Second by
I made the motion, he
motion,
seconded.
second by
For the
Adam
consent agenda.
on the consent agenda. Okay,
All those in favor?
all those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. May I have a motion to go, motion to resolve as a jail district board of directors?
Before we do that, we removed item 10, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I know,
I'm sorry.
it's
Yeah.
confusing.
Okay. So we have one item that we need to go back to, which is item number 10, consideration and possible action to award RFP 2024-106 to Amelia LLC and to approve a subsequent contract between Amelia LLC and the Coconino County for the installation of audiovisual system with digital switcher for emergency management and emergency operations center in the amount of up to 495,000 from congressionally directed spending.
And if I may, Madam Vice Chair, the reason I was asking to remove this is, number one, I think it's always important for us to be able to let the public know when something very good has happened and how we are, in fact, using some of that congressionally directed spending for a wonderful opportunity for the EOC. And that's why I asked it to be removed. And it looks like Wes Dyson's here to talk a little bit about this.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Vice Chair Begay, thank you very much. Board members, thank you. Yes, so Supervisor Horstman is spot on. The congressionally directed spending award that we received now almost 15 months ago, so it's been a little while, has given us some unique opportunities. One of them was to really upgrade our capability to taking information, analyze it, and push that information out into the decision makers like yourselves. The system that we'll be installing is pretty much state of the art. It will be rooted in a digital switcher, which will, at least for now, be located at the HHS building. The Ponderosa room that we all know as the EOC will receive upgrades in many ways. Probably the high point of that upgrade is a 198-inch long by 5 feet tall HD LED monitor that will mount on the south wall in the EOC. The advantage of that particular piece of equipment is that it can be divided into 32 different screens. So back to my point about the amount of information that we take in and we analyze, we consume, we turn into actionable information that we can push out. There's just so much of that these days. To be able to do that's really key. The system will also have, one of the other key pieces is that the system will have the ability to push information out to key locations. We spoke in the car this morning. For example, we could reach out to the county manager's TV in his office. We can turn it on, we can change the source, and we can push information out to that source television. There might be another television here in the boardroom. There might be one in the Sheriff's Department's operations center. There might be one at the city. We can push to multiple locations so that decision makers like yourselves have that information immediately handy to them. This system is quite extensive. There will be a digital switcher located at HHS that will support all of this. And we have made sure that that system is completely mobile so that if the time does come that we do in fact find a permanent EOC location, as Supervisor Hess and I were speaking of just recently, we can move it all. It will not be, completely inexpensive to move. It's expensive equipment and it's pretty large to install, but it is completely mobile and will be able to move to the new facility. So it is state of the art. There is not currently another EOC in the state that will have these capabilities. Maricopa County is building one. about 10 times the cost, but they're behind us. So we're ahead, and we're really excited about the capabilities it's going to bring for information sharing and decision-making.
Are there any questions or comments by the board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Wes, for a presentation. And I just want to recognize that this is a congressionally directed funding from our Arizona delegation.
Yes, ma'am.
And just want to, we have to really appreciate the action from Congress to be able to provide another source of funding for us to be able to do these community projects that have a direct impact on the community, and it's going to really positive impact. And so I just want to recognize that, and it is tracked by the Government Accountability Finances, I think it's called. Anyway, all of these projects are tracked, and it is such an important source of funding for us here at the county that has really made a positive impact for our community. So I just want to bring that out, and I just want to make sure, and your project and having this vision to be able to be always ahead and being able to find ways to really enhance our emergency management for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and that's a really great point. The particular funding in this particular case was sponsored by Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema. We've worked through their office pretty regularly as this process has been going along. The time has been a bit of a struggle. Like I said, the award was made about 15 months ago, and we're just now starting to be able to put it on the ground, but we're getting there. And I should put a shout out. Matt and Helen are sitting here. This is a large IT undertaking. Fortunately, we're going to pay the contractors to do most of the work, we hope. So we shouldn't put much burden on them.
Supervisor Horstman?
With that, I would be happy to make a motion, and thanks to our two senators who have always been there for Coconino County. At this time, I'd make a motion to award RFP 2024-106 to Amedia LLC, and two, approve a subsequent contract between Amedia LLC and Coconino County. All is more fully set forth in the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a motion and a second here. We'll call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, now we will be resolving as a jail district board of directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We have, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, now we have the consent agenda. We have two items on there, on the jail district consent, items 15 and 16. So, how does the board wish to, take these two items?
I would,
I'd like to remove number 16 just for educational purpose.
with that, I would move that we accept the consent agenda, item number 15. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then we will go back to item number 16. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to bring this out I see our sheriff here. Just wanted to this contract is for healthcare services. I just wonder what kind of healthcare services do we provide for our inmate population at the county detention facility in Flagstaff and Page. I think that there are many that don't really know that we actually provide healthcare services for our inmates when they're detained in our detention center.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Fowler, Matt Figueroa, if Lindsay, if you're able to put him on, he's the jail commander, and he can explain a lot of the intricacies of the jail much better than I can. But he's very, very involved with WellPath, and he can address that question, I think, much better.
Mr. Figueroa, if you could please accept, there you go. And then you're just going to unmute yourself and we'll be able to hear you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us okay? Mr. Figueroa?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. This is regarding item number 16, Mr. Figueroa.
Yes.
Supervisor Fowler had a question regarding the jail and Page.
Did you hear my question? I just want to, it's really for educational purposes. I'm just wondering what kind of health care we provide for our inmates in the Flagstaff and the Page the detention facilities.
Right. Thank you for that question. Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Matthew Figueroa. I am the jail commander for the sheriff's office. So we have for the past almost 2 years now have contracted with WellPath, who is a contract medical provider. And we both, for the Flagstaff facility and the Page 72-hour holding facility, we do provide medical services. We have nurses that are assigned to the Flagstaff facility and a full-time nurse practitioner in the Flagstaff facility. And then we have part-time nurse positions in the the Page 72-hour holding facility in Page, where we provide nurse positions there to provide inmate health care in Page for daytime hour positions 7 days a week. For that medical coverage, we provide pretty much 24-hour coverage in Flagstaff, all the necessary health care and dental and x-ray services in Flagstaff. And then we provide the same health care and x-ray, and we now provide EKG services, or we will provide EKG services in Page, I believe starting in the next 2 weeks in Page. Are there any specific?
Thank you.
Okay.
I just think it's important for the public to understand that a lot of our, when people come into the detention center, they're not at the greatest health. So we end up having to take that on. So.
Yes, the majority.
Supervisor Fowler, I agree. The vast majority of people who come into our facility are not in the greatest of health. And hopefully they leave our facility in better condition than they came in.
Yeah, and this is just healthcare, but we also provide mental health care, addiction, addressing the addiction and other ways so that when the person exit the facility, then they're in a better place than when they came in, so they might have a better life.
That's absolutely true, and I'll be talking about that in a few minutes as well.
So, thank you, Matt. So
No problem.
with that,
Thank you.
Any other kind of comments, questions by the board?
I just wanted to just highlight that, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I move that we approve the item.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
16.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
motion?
So move.
Need a
Second.
second. All in favor, say aye.
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 We do have action items and items 17, 18, and 19 under the, as action items. So what is, okay, for item number 17, so we'll probably take this individually. Consideration and possible action to approve Arizona Attorney General opioid abatement funding coordinated reentry planning service program, RFGA award, grant award number AG 24-0011-002 in the amount of $2,999,927.19 and approve the associated budget adjustments in fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 and request 13.25 full-time equivalents to be funded for the expand the pathways to community program for purposes of eliminating opioid addiction and reducing recidivism for inmates and or individuals currently involved in the criminal justice system with opioid related substance abuse disorders. And go ahead.
Well, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, again, we've discussed this in the past, but this is about our Pathways program, in which I know we've presented before, but we're receiving additional funding. Pathways has been extremely successful for us, and if you'll, I guess, bear with me for a couple of minutes, I want to give just a very brief history of some of the, I think, what's led up to the point we're at. Over the years, a number of attempts had been made within our community to establish some sort of relief for people getting out of jail, for people who were essentially down and out and needing assistance. Programs like Collective Impact or establishing a clearinghouse for people to go get services had failed. And they failed, I think, for a variety of reasons. When we found out about the opportunity to obtain funding through the opioid McKinsey settlement, we collaborated with our health department, HHS, to develop an idea where the sheriff's office had to receive the money according to the rules from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, JLBC. And how that money was distributed needed to be focused on opioid abatement and what could be done to reduce recidivism in our jails. And I think the structure that we established, and that is the money comes through the sheriff's office, we provide the money and the clients, and the health and human services provides those actual delivery of services in their facility that adjoins the Coconino County Jail. That was the recipe for success, is having the structure that we established. Absolutely vital. We've had other counties come and look at ours because they've made attempts as well that were structured differently, and they failed. Because ours involves both the sheriff's department as the source for the funding and clients, as well as HHS having the ability to bring in all the service providers right into one facility and provide the immediate delivery of services is what has caused this to be successful. It's a collaboration of criminal justice, behavioral health, and these service providers. These are the core members of the team right now. You can see City of Flagstaff, Catholic Charities, our office, HHS, courts, adult probation, county attorney, all those members of criminal justice. But now the social services as well are part of that program. I know Supervisor Hess, this all occurred prior to you becoming a member of the board, but I just felt it was important to give you a very brief history of how we got to where we are. So again, we're very happy with what we're doing. Now we've received additional funding. This program, again, is all based on reducing recidivism, bringing those people who are in jail back into the community, what we can do, and as Supervisor Fowler talked about, turning them out better than how we received them. And whatever services they need, those are the ones that we make immediately available as they leave. So I'm going to have Kim Musselman come up and address some of the specifics of this program very quickly. But we are receiving almost 3 million of these opioid abatement dollars. And I've also had the opportunity to give a private tour to the Attorney General and her staff. And they have basically committed, they want to keep our program funded as long as they possibly can. So that was really, I think, fortunate that the timing worked out very well on this as well. So if you don't have any questions of me, I'll turn it over to Kim Musselman.
Thank you.
Kim.
Kim?
Thank you, Sheriff. Good evening, Supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of co-present this with the Sheriff. And as he's just outlined some of the overview piece, I'm here really to give you the nuts and bolts of the funding and the additional funding and kind of tie it together so that you understand where we are with funding for the program. This second round of funding is from an $11,500,000 amount of money that was specifically put out to establish reentry programs within a county jail. And so on February 12th, we received notice, the Sheriff's Department received notice of the grant award of giving us almost $3 million of that $11,500,000. So just real quickly, the first round of funding that the Sheriff was able to procure to actually get this started and make this happen was a grant award of about $1.4 million, which allowed us to do some initial remodel of the facility, certainly higher positions. And I'm going to explain that a little bit just so it's clear about the funding that we currently have and the positions that are funded, and then what this additional $3 million gets us as well. And just by way of note, that $11.5 million was awarded to 5 counties, and we received $3 million of that. And the other counties that received that funding were programs that were already had reentry programs established. So that's Mojave County, Yavapai County, Cochise County, and Pinal County, in addition to us. Okay, so just to quickly explain, so this, this $3 million, this is the budget for 13.25 positions for the county. This is funding that it's not 13.25 new positions to add to the current positions. It is to fund 13.25 positions. We currently, and I'll have another slide here in just a second, we currently have 9 staff members that are funded. This will give us some flexibility of some additional positions, and I'll explain that in a minute. But it also lets us expand our services to some of the more high risk and high utilizers. Also is going to enable us to expand our hours into Saturday. That's something that we've been working toward. We haven't had the funding to do. And also to continue our contracts. And I think this is very important, again, how this funding works with Southwest Behavioral Health, who is our behavioral health provider, who has a staff person on site at the facility, Catholic Charities, who also has a staff person, and then, of course, to fund a prosecutor position for the City of Flagstaff to be on site as well. And we're still working on getting someone from the City of Flagstaff on site, but we still have the funding to do that and are working toward it. It also allows us some additional funding that we're able to purchase 2 vehicles for the program for staff. And that is going to be amazing because that will assist us in being able to provide transportation, which we do frequently for our clients in Pathways. And then also, and extra exciting, is to be able to complete the remodel and expansion of the current facility. So 1.1, almost 1.2 of that total 3 million is going towards continuing to complete that remodel. And just to be clear, so when I know, I saw some of you nodding about understanding, currently we have 9 FTE positions with the funding that we currently have. You can see on the screen there that includes the pathways manager, reentry coordinator, front desk specialist, a traditional resource navigator, a probation officer, a public defender, and a county attorney, and 2 community health workers that are funded through the sheriff's department through the jail district. Those are county staff positions. So when I talk about the other staff for our providers, those are professional service contracts. So they have additional staff, but that is through those contracts. This new grant allows us to add, and you'll see on their starred on that slide, 2 additional or 1 additional community health worker, 2 additional reentry coordinators, and at least short-term, a couple of forensic peer support, and then allow us to expand on the probation side to include an additional probation officer. Now, we intend to phase this in because it's really important to us to make sure that whatever we bring on, that we can continue to sustain and be able to pay. And so there's a lot of work going on. I know the sheriff and Brett are constantly down testifying and working to secure sustained funding through an additional legislative bill so that we going after this funding is spent and utilized, that we have procured funding that is going to continue to sustain our staffing levels. So with that, the last big chunk of that funding, as I was saying, was about completing the second phase of the remodel. The currently Pathways is having a current redesign under our current grant that includes us putting in right now. In fact, I think we just recently moved our staff out into some temporary trailers so that the facilities is working with us through the contractors to get a HIPAA compliant office, a small conference room, ADA restrooms in the facility, which is very exciting, and a sound canceling system in the ceiling. So that's about $1 million from the previous funding that is currently being put into place. And then if you see on that slide there, to the side that says new addition with grant award, that is what is going to be then to finish the full remodel, to add additional office spaces, conference rooms, and my most favorite part, an outdoor courtyard area where we can conduct business and help folks feel a little more comfortable while they're engaging in services. So that is what the funding is going to be used for. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. And just wanted to end on the note of touching on, as the sheriff had mentioned, how successful this has been to date. And, you know, this began a year ago, August. So we've been at this over a year and a half now. Since that time frame, and we have had in detention from August 1st of 22 through the end of January of this year, there's been over almost 10,500 bookings. We have seen 6,666 unduplicated individuals through detention. So what we mean by that is, of that 10,005, over almost 6,700 of them have been the same individual, one person, not repeat visits. So there is, there's the rest of that number in between represents some recidivism. Pathways has been able to screen of that 6,666, that is a crazy number. We've been able to screen over 4,661 of them during this time. That's impressive because it's voluntary. That means that the community health workers, the detention officers who are working with these individuals, that work together to say, you really should talk to the screeners and give this information. And they are. Over 2/3 of them clearly are participating in at least being screened. So just with respect to the recidivism, currently we are sitting at about 14%. You'll remember that when we originally were reporting, so recidivism is being calculated from 1 year with no new arrests. So we had about an 8.5% recidivism rate within the first year. It's up a little bit, about 14%, but the national average is 44%. So I just want to, this is still incredible. And we know that there's reasons for some of that, including the fact that individuals get arrested on the weekends and we aren't able to serve them. With this additional funding, we're going to be able to add some Saturday hours. at least get some initial services. We're not going to be 24/7 yet because it's too expensive. And, but we're well on our way there. And as you can see, just a couple of other great things that we've been able to assist 212 individuals in receiving housing referrals, 87 referrals for residential substance abuse and mental health beds, which is huge. And then, of course, 237 referrals for specifically just behavioral health outpatient services. So with that, that's all I had to share. And any questions of either myself or the sheriff?
Thank you, Kim. I think it's your. Uh-oh, yeah, our TV screens went down. Thank you, Kim, for this presentation. You know, certainly, you know, this is much needed, and, you know, we need to think of other ways of. Nobody else is on, right? So anyway, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Are there any board members that wish to make a comment or Supervisor Horst?
A comment and a couple questions, but first of all, the Pathways program is just so impressive. And I'm so glad I've been able to go through the program or seen it not once but twice. And very, very impressive. And I think it's fabulous that there is additional monies funding for this. I hope it does continue into the future. I'm also was pretty concerned about 13.25 full-time new employees. So not that we couldn't use them, it would be a matter of being able to sustain them. So very happy to hear it's going to fund 9 existing positions and 4 new positions to help expand the services. So I think it's so needed. I'd love to see Pathways expanded to provide services before incarceration. And hopefully that will be sometime, we'll be able to realize that at some point in the future. But for now, I just, you know, just kudos to the sheriff's office, the detention, and to HHS for the great work that's being done. And I know whenever I'm out talking to members in the community, they bring up Pathways. I mean, this is something that the community really sees as a success and really wants to see more of this moving forward. A question I do have is to reduce recidivism. That speaks for itself. The opioid-related substance abuse, a lot of the substance abuse, we do have opioid-related, but a lot of it's alcohol and other abuses. Is that also covered under this as well?
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman, for the question. Yes, it is. That's some of the beauty of the funding, that as long as there is that we are screening with the emphasis of looking to see if there are opioid-related disorders. We know that people have co-occurring disorders and utilization of multiple substances. So we're able to provide the same service to everyone, regardless of what their substance choice or usage is. And I did just want to note, in addition, you know, and thank you for the compliments, but I also would be remiss if I didn't share. And, you know, while HHS, you know, we have a lot of the responsibility in this. We couldn't do this without our other county partners, in particular, you know, with the public defender's office, with probation, with the county attorney's office. And it's just so exciting to see how everyone works together and is so excited to do this work.
And that's kind of part of the CJCC of having everyone work together, seeing this as really as a system-wide matter and a system-wide concern and a system-wide, hopefully, response. So you're exactly right. So thank you for that. Also, I didn't get those last slides. They aren't in my packet. And I would love to get a copy because I love to brag about Pathways and I love to brag about what you all are doing because it's an incredible thing that we're doing here in Coconino County.
Absolutely. And I think Lindsay or Val are probably emailing them to you all as we speak. So yeah, our apologies. We got that kind of last minute just to be able to show and share that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I see we have a hand up over there. And who's that?
Supervisor
Ronald.
Vasquez. Hello, thank you. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the work that Pathways is doing in the community. I have had several folks as well comment on the program and utilize the program, and just how game changer it's been for our community. And so I just wanted to take the moment to thank you for your team, everybody in the sheriff's office and HHS that have made Pathways possible, and I look forward to seeing it expanding with this new funding. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other board members? Supervisor Fowler?
Well, isn't it amazing that you can think of something and see it into being? I remember when you first mentioned it, and I wondered how there was no funding, and I wondered how you're gonna do this. But you didn't give up. And here it is, your vision, and now expanding and being recognized actually throughout the nation. So I just want to thank you. And you know, we talk about how do we help people that have a very difficult time accepting help because they don't realize they need help. Here's a way. And to be able to care for people that you don't even know, to be able to uplift them and have them see that aha moment and see somebody that actually cares and talks to them like a normal person, a human being. That in itself is huge, and that's what this Pathways is all about. And I really love the name Pathways. Always envision, you know, in Navajo, when we pray, we use corn pollen. And that corn pollen is a path into a good life, good beauty, you know. And that's the Pathways is that. So.
And all that credit goes to the sheriff of that.
And the sheriff, yeah, sheriff, you know, you have the traditional ways, teachings there as well and program. But I just want to just recognize just how I think this, yes, we can look at the numbers and, you know, track it that way. But at the individual level, though, it is just totally changed. I can see how it changes a person. I'm invisible. I don't matter. I don't, you know, no one wants me. I don't have a home. I don't even have a way of buying myself something to eat. And here's somebody sitting there, all these people saying, we embrace you. You're important. You matter. And you matter. And you matter. You matter to this community, to your family. You matter to yourself. You're a beautiful person. I just think that is so neat. So I just want to thank you again and all the teams. And once again, partnership is everything. And just be careful what you think of. And then here it is. It shakes your hand, my mom used to say. When you think of something, it starts putting itself together. And then it comes back and shakes your hand and says, do you remember me? Here I am.
Thank you, Supervisor.
So congratulations, Sheriff. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess?
Well, I don't have much to say because it's been said a couple times. So I just want to say it's very impressive, the grant that you got, Sheriff, and HHS. You guys did a great job to bring something like this. It's really special to be part of something where it's not just lock them up, throw away the key. It's taking care of people, and that's why we're all up here on this stage. That's why we're all in this building, is to help our community and to see the groups unite and to take care of people. As you said, that's the biggest takeaway for me. So keep up the good work, and I really appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. I just want to say that, you know, we're talking about incarceration, and what about beyond that? Maybe that's the next task we can tackle later on, you know, when it comes. And they always say that if there's a will, there's going to be a way. So I believe in that. So thank you very much.
Thank
Any other comments by the board? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda?
Can we make a motion?
Oh, wait, make a motion.
Good.
I forgot.
All right, thanks.
Keep
And
forgetting.
at this point, it's my great privilege to make the motion to approve the third amendment to the independent contractor with no, that's not it. It's down where, sorry. All right.
Item
You want to
18.
do it? A consideration and possible action to approve the Attorney General's opioid abatement funding coordinated reentry planning service program, RFGA grant award AG 24-0011-002 in the amount of $2,999,927.19, all as more fully set forth in the agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, Ms. Fowler? Oh, okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Horstman and also, and second by Chair Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion carries. Okay, now we're next on the next item. Item number 18. Consideration and possible action to approve resolution 1024-10, which recognizes the northern portion of Lake Mary Road, Forest Highway number 3, between milepost 338.5, Flagstaff city limit, and milepost 317.5, South Mormon Lake entrance as a recreational corridor. Chris?
Hello, Vice Chair Begay and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Christopher Tressler. I serve as the Public Works Director. And today we're bringing a resolution in front of you to, we're proposing to recognize a portion of Lake Mary Road as a recreational corridor. The portion of road that we're talking about, it's on this map I'm showing here. And it begins right at where the city of Flagstaff jurisdiction of Lake Mary Road or Federal Highway 3 ends and the Coconino County portion begins. Then it extends south and east to what we call the south entrance to Mormon Lake. There's many different activities that take place along the Lake Mary Road corridor. And while we were investigating this topic, it was discovered that the U.S. Forest Service already calls Upper and Lake Mary a recreation corridor. And so our purpose in bringing this resolution forward is to try to bring some awareness of safety and awareness of the different users that utilize the corridor. We'd like to increase the visibility of that. And so we've asked a group, what I'm affectionately calling the running group, some representatives from the running group around Flagstaff, and they're going to present the next few slides. Then I think when we're done with the presentation, there may be some other members from the community that would like to talk on this topic as well. So I'm going to turn it over to this group and we'll take it from there.
You can go ahead and state your name, address, and what you want to speak about. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for having us here this evening. I'm Ted McMahon. I live at 431 North Moriah Drive in Flagstaff, about a mile over Cherry Hill. My wife and I moved to Coconino County better half of a decade ago, and we've tried to get involved as we can in our community. I serve on several boards, from Human Services to our professional running team, Northern Arizona Elite. And as an avid runner, over the last 4 decades, I've been lucky enough to be able to compete nationally and internationally. And it seems as though wherever I go and the topic of training grounds come up, Coconino County and Lake Mary Road are top on the list, really no matter where you are in the world. It was about a year ago that I had the privilege of being introduced to Matt Ryan by Jen Hammond. And we began a discussion talking about Lake Mary Road and how we could have safety improvements and other enhancements on that road. And We're here tonight to present a few slides on our findings and on our recommendations. And so I'm going to pass it over to another leader in the running world here, Todd Schultz.
Thanks for having us in tonight. I'm Todd Schultz, and I live at 4605 South Lance Road here in Flagstaff, which is only about 200 yards off of Lake Mary Road. I prepared a statement just to be as concise and in the interest of time. I've been a Coconino County resident for about 20 years, 11 of that right here in Flagstaff. I'm also a business owner in town. I've served on the board of directors for a group called Team Run Flagstaff and coached youth cross country here in town for a number of years. In case you aren't familiar, TRF is a community running group that has about 230 members as of now. We practice on Tuesday evenings on the track under the direction of celebrated NAU head coach Mike Smith, as you may know. Our workouts feature athletes of all abilities and all ages, and it's very common at TRF that someone who's never run a race in their life might line up right next to somebody who's training for the next Olympic team. And that's one of the real neat things and makes Flagstaff such a cool place to live. I've personally run about 200 marathons and ultra marathons, and most of the training for those races has happened right here in Coconino County. Around here, I'm considered a recreational athlete, unlike some of these other guys, and they're elites. And Flagstaff has a massive recreational running community. So I'm really proud that I'm here to represent that group here tonight. In terms of the Lake Mary Recreational Corridor, we're interested in how we can make Lake Mary Road as safe and usable as possible for a large community of recreational athletes who are already out there in large numbers. This group's number one concern about Lake Mary Road is safety. Every one of us who trains on Lake Mary has had some sort of a close call with a vehicle over the years of training there, not to mention the well-publicized accidents that have happened out there. We feel that increasing overall awareness of athletes in this area that are in training, along with high visibility signage and enhanced enforcement in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department, is something we desperately need in this area. I would also like to say that the county's response to our stakeholders in this matter has been beyond impressive. We've been humbled to experience real local government in action on these issues and appreciate everything you're doing to address our concerns and make things safer for our athletes community here. So with that, I'll pass it off to Coach Ben.
And then Christopher, I'll ask for slides as I go. My name is Ben Rosario. I live at 3233 West Mountain Drive in the Cheshire neighborhood. My wife and daughter and I moved here in 2012, so we've been here a dozen years now. And it seems to snow every March, just like it did last week. But we love it here. We came out here to find a different pace of life. We moved from a big city, and we found that pace of life, and it's been wonderful. In 2014, my wife and I co-founded and launched a professional running team here in town called Northern Arizona Elite. We are now sponsored by Hoka Running Shoes, and we've had the tremendous pleasure of representing this community across the globe. We have athletes who've competed all over the United States, all over the world. In 2020, one of our athletes, Alafine Tulimuk, won the U.S. Olympic Trials Marathon and competed in Tokyo. We've had people win national championships. We've had people finish in the top 10 at the Chicago, Berlin, London, New York City marathons. And it's been a pleasure, as I say, to do that with Flagstaff sort of across our chest. And we're not the only ones. So what I am here to talk about is to just bring a little bit of awareness to those who may not know about just how many people use Lake Mary Road, this particular section we're talking about. And as Todd said, of all ages and abilities, but I'm going to maybe highlight some of the global superstars that have trained on this road. So I don't know if we can go to that next slide. Just hit the arrow. Oh, I'm in charge. Okay. So these are just some numbers that we worked with the folks at Hypo 2 Sport to come up with, to give you a little bit of an idea about how many people from all over the globe come here to train. This is just in the previous Olympic cycle that led up to the Tokyo Olympic Games. There were what we call training camps, 592 training camps, over 7,000 different personnel from 44 countries. Those athletes that came here produced 356 Olympic and Paralympic medals, and they trained here for, if you combine it all, over 147,000 days. Those athletes come, as I say, from all over the world. This is a poster that Hypo 2 proudly hangs in their facility. We had 242 Olympians and Paralympians train here in Coconino County before the Tokyo Games from 29 different countries. And I can tell you that it's going to be more before the Paris Games. And think about this, more still before the Los Angeles Games, a city that's only 6 hours from here. And it's funny, it's a bit of a full circle moment to have the LA Games so close now in 2028. The 1968 Games in Mexico City, which were held at altitude, that was the first time that people started coming here to train. So a guy named Jim Ryan, who was the most famous American middle distance runner of all time, he came here in 1968 to train for Mexico City and had a good bit of success in Mexico City, was the silver medalist, and attributed much of that to training at altitude before those games. As the years went by, Ron Mann and the NAU program became one of the best distance running programs in the country in the NCAA. And of course, that has continued under the current regime. The NAU men have won 6 of the last 8 NCAA cross-country titles. And the professional athletes have continued to flow through here. One of the things that we did when we first started talking to Christopher and his team was just mention some of the people that had come through. And honestly, people didn't know, and that's totally fine. But I would tell you that in the early 2000s, there was a woman named Paula Radcliffe who set the world marathon record from Great Britain. She was one of the sort of new wave of athletes internationally that came through here and trained in Flagstaff at altitude. And people quickly followed. And over the years, not only do we have athletes like the athletes on my team that train here full time, and there's several others. Molly Seidel, who won the Olympic bronze medal for America in the marathon, lives and trains here full time. Abdi Abdurrahman trains here and lives here for most of the year. He's a 5-time Olympian for the United States. But then we have globally people that you see on this poster, people like more recently even than the last Olympic Games, but the last 2 or 3 years, a guy named Jakob Ingebrigtsen from Norway, who's the current 5,000 meter world champion and the favorite to win that event at this next Games in Paris this summer. He comes here, he trains here. The Japanese, the best marathoners in Japan come here and train. The best marathoners from Canada come here and train every single year. And when they come here, they spend an enormous amount of time on this section of Lake Mary Road that we're talking about. And they run long marathon type workouts. And if you've been out to this road, maybe you've seen them. That's who's out there, in addition to people who live here of all ages and abilities. And so we just want to make sure that this iconic road, this place where people come to from all over the world, is welcoming and it's safe. And that's essentially what we were, that was our only really goal in coming forward with this idea of raising awareness, improving safety, enhancing the corridor, was just to make sure that people feel welcome and feel safe when they're on this road. And then a little bit of pride, Coconino County pride as well. And we talked about, increased signage, including quarter-mile markers along the road so that when people do come here, they have a place to train that's equal to any road like this in the entire world. So that's where we're coming from, and hopefully that brings a little bit of context to what we're talking about.
Thank you. When this group first gave us this presentation, there's several more slides. They hooked me at the end by saying that this corridor is on the verge of having a bad reputation as an unsafe place, and that really got me thinking, like, what can we do to promote safety and awareness for this corridor? We can't guarantee safety. There's a lot of different people that are using it, but what can we do to promote safety and increase awareness? So we investigated Lake Mary Road. We wanted to get some more of the background and some of the details about the road. So we're looking at a 21-mile stretch here. It's the travel lanes are 12 to 12 and a half feet wide. That most of it has 5-foot shoulders. They're approximately 5-foot shoulders. There's portions that don't have 5-foot shoulders, and one of the significant portions of it is between the north and south entrance to Mormon Lake, and we already are in engineering and looking at a future grant application for the Federal Lands Access Program to continue to do that work. And when Andy was Public Works Director, and since then we've been widening the shoulders of Lake Mary Road and pursuing these grants. And so the speed limit on the road is 50 miles an hour. We get requests to increase the speed limit, and we go by warrants, but there's so much recreation activity that 50 miles an hour seems plenty fast. We estimate that there's been about 158 crashes in the 8.5-year history of the road. There's only been one fatality, but there's a lot of near-miss accidents that happen there. With the sheriff's office and the citation history of the corridor, there's been about 640 citations written in the corridor in the last 5.5 years. And the average daily traffic of the road is almost 4,000 vehicles per day. The recent and upcoming improvements to the road, a lot of this relates to the infrastructure, guardrail or the paving of the road, just the maintenance of the road for us to realize the full service life of the road. We've had grant-funded projects that I talked about. We have new pavement, widened shoulders. We just finished some paving projects. We have some paving projects continuing on. Some of them are just spot treatments, chip seal, and then we have just this at the end of last summer, we procured a new sweeper that help us do a lot better job of sweeping the shoulders along this road and other roads throughout the county. We are governed by some Arizona revised statutes, and we looked at those to understand what we could and couldn't do. At one point there was a proposal that's designated a safety corridor, and unfortunately with us only having one fatality, we didn't quite meet the threshold, and there's different designations. A safety corridor means different things. And so we feel like that by recognizing it as a recreational corridor, we're going to meet our desire to promote safety and awareness. And we don't want to cross that threshold into being recognized as an unsafe corridor. So immediately, what does this mean for us to recognize it as a recreational corridor? Well, we want to add signs, and some of the signs we've already started to put up. And we want to add additional signage. We want to increase the sweeping of the shoulders. We're looking at doing centerline rumble strips. With all of our freeze-thaw cycles in northern Arizona, rumble strips can be somewhat of a degradation to the pavement. Our water can pond and then freeze, but we believe that the benefit outweighs the degradation, and we can manage through that. And then we've been talking with the sheriff's office, and we're going to have improved and increased sheriff's office coordination. There's some things that enforcement is really the best approach, but other things that we can create a situation that's going to help us raise awareness. So this is an example of the signs that we're putting up. We're designating this Lake Mary Road Recreational Corridor, Share the Road. Also, we ordered several of these signs to put up, and the group that governs signs like this is called the MUTCD. And it's a manual of uniform traffic control devices. As soon as we bought 20 of these signs, they changed the sign on us. Wouldn't you know it? But so we're putting these signs up to help us raise awareness. Here's a map showing the location of at the beginning and the end of the corridor have the brown signs, and then throughout the corridor, we're putting up these other signs. As I think it was Ben talked about the sub-mile markers. Athletes want to sprint and they want to train. They want to know what the 10th mile markers are. And so we're working with them to evaluate proposals to either put up signs or posts on the shoulder of the road, or we paint markers on the shoulder to designate 10th mile marks on it. But then this doesn't have to just be specific to runners. If the cycling community or other people want to propose different things, we definitely have a process for that. And it's typically through the county's encroachment permit process, and we will evaluate these things. Next steps for the corridor is towards the end of increasing awareness and promoting safety. It's continued implementation of the recreational corridor signage plan, the mile markers we talked about, the sheriff's office coordination. We're going to update our sweeping plan for not only do we have a better piece of equipment, but we want to do it with higher frequency. And then we believe there's some opportunity with the city of Flagstaff to begin this corridor closer to Flagstaff. So there's coordination with the city of Flagstaff. Longer term steps include pursuing a grant for that section between the Mormon Lake entrances, the north and south entrance, continued coordination with stakeholders, additional parking, potentially we can get the cars rather than parking on the shoulder of the road, that we can have designated parking areas. And so we need to pursue that. And then there's this idea about a separated multi-use path, and working with Melissa Shaw in the county at those looking at long-term plans. I thought that would be the ideal solution, was to have a separated path. But due to the nature and the speed of a lot of the people, these are high performance athletes. And I think separating the two and maybe having more of the recreational people on a separated multi-use path is something, but we believe that the shoulder of the road is just really sought after. And so that's why it's in the longer term planning and not the immediate. So Public Works is requesting approval of a resolution to recognize this 21-mile portion of Lake Mary Road as a recreational. That's our presentation. And I think there's several people here that'd like to make comments about this.
Especially the ones that have been on the board. No. Okay, thank you for the presentation, and I'm going to go ahead and open this item for public comments specific to this item. Clerk Daly, can you please read or explain how the people can provide comments to this particular item?
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment specific to this item, which is item number 18, we will take comment. And if you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Click on that hand, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're here in person, we don't have a whole lot of people. You can make your way up to the podium. We'll set the clock for 3 minutes per speaker. If you could please state your name and address for the record. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we are asking that there be no clapping, booing, or shouts of either approval or disagreement from the audience. We ask that all attendees and speakers be respectful, that this is a public meeting, and avoid using profane, derogatory, or insulting language. So, Supervisor, or Mr. Matt Ryan.
That's right. I'll see if I try not to break any of those rules, but I don't know how I'm going to do there. Actually, first and foremost, Matt Ryan. And I live at 1235 West Cochrane Avenue and former supervisor, but I probably should be more of the presentation than public comment. What I want to say is the really neat thing is when Ted and I started talking about this, it said, you know, you have to give us time. We have to see if we have the capacity to be able to do something like this. We need to bring staff together to take a look at something like this and just give it a fair evaluation. And even with that, in order to launch into these type of programs, it takes time and investment to do that. So no guarantees, but let's see what we can do with it. And we were able to bring together the group with Public Works, with the sheriff, and shortly after we had that conversation, unfortunately, there was an incident where a cyclist had been hit by an RV driver on Lake Mary Road, which brought even more attention to it. A lot of attention came into Supervisor Horstman's office, you know, and I brought Patrice into the conversation, said, look, you know, you know a lot of the community as well. Let's talk to these guys. There was a desire, people were frustrated, and anxiety level was high. My discussion with the bicycle community had been, you know, I had already been approached by the running community on this that would like to come. They have ideas on what to do. Let's see what they propose, and then maybe we can meet again and talk about it. The piece that happened on the side, and it's compliments to our community. You're seeing a proposal that's being brought forward. It's a solution. It's not, oh, this is terrible and you got to fix it, and no recommendations. These guys went out, they did their research, they looked at what was going on out there. Not only that, they also reached out to the other communities because of this incident that happened. And through that, there was an opportunity to meet a few times prior to even coming in with us. They met, but also in meeting with our staff, Andy in senior management, Christopher and his staff, just, you know, open ears. Sheriff coming to it. Sheriff and I had a good conversation about it because, you know, we have users that want action immediately, but we need to bring it back to what can we do, and let's be objective about it. Their recommendations they brought forward were fantastic related to this. So always never underestimate, I should say, the initiative and the intelligence of our wonderful community that we have out there. And so I compliment these folks. For the sake of the board in doing this and supporting this, it's an opportunity to look at this in an objective way for the future as well. It is a potential for a pilot. For this corridor, you've been having hearings on Perkins Mill Road. Similar attention is starting to be drawn to that corridor. And if we do the improvements, it will enhance or provide another opportunity. All the work, Supervisor Fowler, that you've done up in your district with the recreation community and the trail work on this. Supervisor Begay, or Madam Chair Begay, excuse me, Madam Chair, I have to give you a little bit back at this point. Quite a bit in your district as you all start looking around, attracting world into this area, the nation into this area, the regional piece. There are broader pieces of recreation in the corridor, but if we have the opportunity to objectively approach it and strategically work toward enhancing this benefit to all of our community, you know, I would ask you to do that for the sake of this group and all the good work that staff has put in on this. And so I miss you guys. I want to see if I can go an extra 10 minutes here, but I want Lindsay to pull out the hook on me here. Yeah, that's right. But kudos to the group, compliments to them, and hopefully you guys can work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Nice to see you here, and thank you for your comments. Are there any other?
Vice Chair Begay, no, there are no hands raised, and the only ones online are here for the next item.
Anybody in the room? Okay. Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and it's great to see you all here again. And I want to tell you that this is exactly what local government is supposed to be able to do, quite frankly. And when the running community and the biking community came together, I want to just tell you the quality of the study and research and the presentation you made to us here at the county, in working with Christopher Tressler and the sheriff's office. It was incredible to be a part of and to watch it in motion. And I think it's very exciting that we're looking at a recreation corridor. I have to say, I've lived here a long time. I've been down Lake Mary Road a long time. I had no idea the iconic status of Lake Mary Road, certainly the recreation use, but it really brought a lot of, it opened up my eyes, and we have a treasure here that is enjoyed by our community and, quite frankly, the rest of the world. And I really want to thank you for your activism and your bringing it together with us and working in partnership with Coconino County. And Christopher, you're like a dog on a bone, man. When you got this, you were all over it, and really appreciative of the leadership you showed on this. And of course, Sheriff and his team jumped on this right away as well. Increased enforcements, looked at ways that we could all, quite frankly, bring a better recreational corridor together for our community and for the world, and to really solve a problem. And I really, really appreciate that. And Matt, you did a good job on this, and you also stuck to it and got the group together and kept it moving forward. And I want to thank you for all the hard work you did on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Before I make time for others to speak, I would go ahead and close. I'm now closing the public hearing. So thereafter, now, are there any other questions or comments by other board members? Supervisor Hess.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. They talk about big shoes to fill, but they didn't say it was going to be this big, Matt. So this is exactly why I approached Matt a long time ago. This is why I want to be local government. As Supervisor Horseman said, this is very cool. This is something that really gets me excited. Being a local boy since '76, I've been here a long time and seen it, and this is exactly what we need. And I really appreciate you doing the research, bringing this up to Matt, and then allowing him to do the work. I think the work, the patience that Matt showed is something I strive for, and I'll get there, Matt. But thank you definitely, staff, gentlemen. This is really motivating, and I really appreciate it. And we're gonna push this through. I think all my supervisor buddies up here we're gonna make it happen. So hang in there, give us the time, and we'll make it happen. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. What a great project. I think we all need to keep on working on trails and just the beauty of our place, and having people be able to go somewhere to be able to be at peace, to find themselves. These are things that people say, but I love Lake Mary Road. I guess that's where I go for that. I like to fish there sometimes. Sometimes I get some, sometimes I don't, but I love it anyway. And it's such a beautiful road. I know exactly where it begins and where it ends. So I really appreciate your seeing what's needed and putting a plan together and bringing the community together. And then to educate us, I go out there, it's just like Patrice says, I didn't know it was a professional training trail. I'm gonna have to really look around more. But people do drive really fast though, and I like driving real slow on that road, and I don't like it that people park along the side because they have their doors open, everything's open, and you have to kind of go around them. So yeah, I'm really excited about this. Supervisors, or Matt, I think that, I know you've been on this and you've had all of these trails and outdoor activities and outdoor adventures that you've been always involved in. And here you are, another one, bringing bringing this to us, and the way you all packaging it, and Chris being put together in this fashion, I think it's really great. I think we should do that with all of our highways. You know, in my district, I just want to point out that from 89A is the American bike route is right through Coconino County. But I can't get ADOT to be able to work on shoulders. That's something that, it's just a state law that that's not theirs. We're only here for the roads. But, the shoulder is what's really keeps people safe. And yet this is where the corridor is. So I really appreciate you all working on this and envisioning the wellness of our community, and just the way you envisioned it. I just really like it. Thank you so much. And thank you for teaming up with the county and others and bringing this education to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Like to acknowledge Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. I've been waiting. I just wanted to say that this was really cool presentation. I want to thank the staff, thank Matt for his leadership going in, and everybody else that's pushed this to the finishing line. I was really impressed by the number of people and Olympic athletes that have used that corridor. And I think we should really highlight that more, because that's something special. And the signage just makes sense. It increases safety. There've been some near misses recently. And so this is just that next step of increasing public safety. And so, I'm in favor of it, and just appreciate all the hard work that's gone to this, and look forward to checking it out once it's installed on that corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Chair Horseman? No. Thank you for the presentation. I think that, we're all here to ensure that our people that utilize our roads and, like the bikers and the runners, we got to make sure that there's awareness out there, and that, they're somewhat safe, in those areas. So as a runner, I ran high school and junior and junior high and high school. So, and way beyond my years here. So I just want to say, it's something that I like to do, and, we just need to take it further out to other areas so that we can have that an environment to have people, utilize the road, and have everybody else do this likewise. So at this time, if there are no other comments by the board, then I will go ahead and call for the question.
At this time,
Motion.
I would love to make the motion. Matt, I wish you could be doing it, but I'm glad to do it in your honor. Consideration, at this time, I move that we approve Resolution 2024-10, which recognizes the northern portion of Lake Mary Road, Forest Highway 3, between milepost 338.5, Flagstaff City Limit, and milepost 317.5, South Mormon Lake Entrance, as a recreational corridor.
There's a second. Supervisor has second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Any exception? Motion carries.
Hey, yay.
Okay, next item on the agenda, we have item number 19. Consideration and possible action to award RFP 2024-111 Coconino County Broadband Equity and Assist Deployment Bid, which is broadband project with letter of endorsement to Weecam Fiber.
Madam Chair, with your permission, if I can, I'd like to welcome Mary Knight with the Information Technology Department. She'll be presenting this item.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy County Manager Brown. Good evening, Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Begay, and members of the board. Along with myself, additional members of the county's Information Technology Department are here tonight. Matt Fowler, CIO, and Helen Costello, Deputy CIO. We are also joined by Paul Fleming, CEO of Weecam Fiber, who is joining us virtually. Hi, Paul. Thanks so much for being here. As we begin this evening, we wanted to take a moment to thank you for your time last fall to discuss the importance of improving access to adequate and reliable broadband services for Coconino County and our progress being made to secure those services. It was a time of transition, so we weren't able to meet with you, Supervisor Hess, but we look forward to meeting with you in the near future. In a similar fashion, following tonight's meeting, our goal is to visit with you again individually to discuss this important topic and provide more information. This evening's agenda item is in reference to the request for proposal that was issued in January 2024. A copy of the RFP is included in this evening's meeting information, along with details on the background of broadband funding and the RFP process. So, to take a few minutes to review the major points of that process, we'll begin with discussing BEAD. BEAD stands for Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment. That funding was included in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which was signed into law in November 2021. And in June 2023, it was announced that the state of Arizona would receive $993 million in BEAD funding. The process for awarding those funds, it's important to note, for Arizona will be handled by the Arizona Commerce Authority Broadband Office. Applications from internet service providers will be submitted to that office later this year when the application window opens in approximately September of 2024. Those applications include the option of including a letter of support from local or tribal governments. To best prepare for this historic opportunity, we proactively reached out to internet service providers to enhance broadband services to the county. Coconino County issued a request for information in August 2023, which resulted in 3 respondents. Those proposals were reviewed and provided information to formulate a request for proposals, which was the next step in this process. In January of 2024, an RFP was issued to solicit proposals to identify an ISP that could provide a whole county approach to connect all unserved, underserved, and community anchor institutions with qualifying broadband service in accordance with the standards set forth in the Arizona Commerce Authority BEAD program. The successful RFP respondent who most aligned with Coconino County's vision would receive a letter of endorsement for their ACA BEAD grant application. The RFP included the following evaluation criteria: best approach and methodology to connect the entire service area of Coconino County with high-speed internet services, financial capability to perform the project, qualifications and experience of the ISP, open access network, proposed project timeline, experience in Arizona, and a low-cost affordable plan. Following the closure of the RFP on February 21st, the existing Coconino County Broadband Committee began evaluation of the three proposals that were submitted. After a thorough discussion, the committee was in unanimous agreement that WeCom Fiber provided details on the best approach for a countywide solution, was the top scorer, and therefore is recommended to receive a letter of endorsement from Coconino County for their ACA-B grant application. The ACA has not yet issued any guidance on the contents of the letter of endorsement, but the county intends to include in its future letter of endorsement provisions for both expiration and termination or revocation of the letter of endorsement. We will present the letter to the board for their approval and signature at a later date. We hope this information was helpful, and that concludes those notes. What other questions can I answer?
Thank you. Do we have any board members that would like to make a comment or a question? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you for updating us on this. I just want to, we need to make sure that we all understand what this proposal is. What is a whole county approach? What does that mean, that every household is going to get fiber into their homes and to the businesses? What is the approach?
The goal of BEAD is to connect every broadband serviceable location available. And so there are a variety of methods with which to do that. So fiber is the priority from the BEAD perspective, but that may not always be possible in all areas. It's just too cost prohibitive. And so in those instances, fixed wireless would be looked at as an option to connect those locations.
May I add to that?
Absolutely, Paul.
Great. Thank you so much for having us. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak and to work with the county and the IT staff. They've been fabulous so far. To help address that question, the BEAD program is specifically set up to help address the underserved and unserved locations. The federal government defined that anybody with less than 100 megs of download speed and 20 megs of upload speed is considered either underserved or unserved. So WeCom proposed what's considered the whole county approach. So just to note, in the whole county approach, you of course have the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation and all Native American tribes in Arizona are being considered as separate projects. They're looked at as a sovereign entity. And so the state of Arizona is separating those projects and allocating money directly for that. And then they're doing counties and allocating money directly for that. So the whole county approach says throughout the county of Coconino, besides the Navajo Nation, which I believe, Ms. Fowler, you recently met with Ben Blink and Evan Grayer from my company, we are working on the Navajo Nation portion separately. But it says that everywhere within Coconino County, if you are an underserved or unserved household, so you do not have what the federal government defines as acceptable broadband, we will build that broadband to you. And so it covers the entire county in that scenario. Now, there'll be pockets of the county that the federal government deems as having good service. So maybe recently in certain areas, a provider has come in and built new services and they have great speeds. Those areas would not be considered as part of this project. It's basically getting connectivity to everything else in the county that does not have good speed. Does that help clarify?
Yes, it does. But I'm asking questions because people usually don't understand we're always working on it, but,
Sure.
so the underserved, so this particular, what you're saying, whole county approach, it takes out the tribal lands because they're getting their own, but we're also
Correct.
coordinating with them, but they have their own funding. So
Absolutely.
these are only unincorporated communities. Not.
So it would technically be any of the above,
the cities
unincorporated
and-
or incorporated, yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. So, as Paul mentioned, the goal is to connect unserved and improve underserved locations, regardless of the type of community or area that it's in. Does that answer that question, Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, well, it does, but, so, so do we have a map then of where we're thinking these are gonna go and where we are not gonna be able to reach?
One of the wonderful things about the proposal from WECOM were the detailed maps that were included in the proposal. It was very extensive and identified the areas that are being that were included in the proposal. And so, yes, I would say that we do have that. We also have the Arizona broadband map itself. So right now is the challenge process, and we have a really great map that the Arizona Broadband Office has provided that shows the areas that are served, unserved, and underserved. So yes, we do know what areas are going to be targeted. We're also working to improve that map through the challenge process.
One easy way to kind of look at it without the map is that if everything that does not have good service now will be getting improved great service. So whether it be a incorporated city or unincorporated area, a smaller town, if they do not have good service that's been verified by the state of Arizona, then we will be building service to them throughout the entire county.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Horstman, please.
Yes, thanks. And thank you for the presentation. You know, I think a lot of us were very concerned, especially the board, when the $100 million to fund Arizona broadband program did not include any monies for Coconino County. It gives us under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, another bite at the apple, if you will, to finally get some rural broadband done for the underserved areas here in Coconino County. And there are a lot of them. Obviously, included in that is a tremendous amount of land mass on tribal lands, but that is not, they have their own program. And I'm assuming we will continue to work in conjunction with them in their programs. But having that aside, this gives us here in Coconino County an opportunity to go forward and really provide broadband services to so many parts here. We just drove up to Tucson, and we went in and out of any kind of cell connection or broadband connection just on our drive up there. And I know you can say that too, Supervisor Begay, for such a huge part of your district. Quite frankly, we all can for various parts of our district. So this is exciting, gives us an opportunity to be able to move forward. I don't know WebCom, but you all, and I take a look at the committee that you had to evaluate this. Great committee and very thorough across various stakeholders, and I really appreciate that. And given the excitement that you're showing and the information that was provided on this, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us, and I highly support this, highly support the county going forward. And hopefully this time they'll remember that Coconino County is a rural county, and we are in need of these monies to be able to provide broadband to our rural underserved areas too. So really appreciate that, and thank you for bringing this. I certainly support it. I don't know if there's other comments on this.
Any other comments? Supervisor Hess?
Yes, thank you. As you stated, I hadn't been given this detailed background, and that really helped a lot because I still was kind of in the dark on what was going on. And I kind of was like, what is going on with the nation? How is that going to be addressed? And I think that was the big question. So this really helps with me to understand a better picture of what the goals and everything that's moving forward and who we're looking at addressing this. I do look forward to seeing the map. And I know that'll come when you guys are prepared to give that to us. So that's the big thing because we all have our own areas that we want to check and then our constituents want to know where, if they're going to be getting it or not. So yeah, I guess that's my question is, when do you foresee that we'll be seeing map products?
Well, we are planning, once again, to meet with you individually.
Okay.
And I would believe that we would be able to share some of the map information at that time.
Okay. That answers my question.
have
Thank you.
that. Mhm.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. It's exciting to see that we're finally making some progress moving forward with the rural broadband. And I guess my only question is, what kind of timeline are we looking at? Just big picture wise, like, so we have a sense of when this is gonna actually come to fruition. Thank you.
Yes. Our understanding at this time, and Paul, you can weigh on this as well. We're each involved in our own conversations with the broadband office. My understanding is that the application process will open next fall in September. There's been a lot of moving parts, but that's currently the latest timeframe that I've been provided with. And then potentially funds being released in the spring of 2025. How does that go with your information, Paul?
You're dead on. Right now we're in what they call the challenge process. So we're going through this analyzing stage in which we're making sure that the state has the proper data for Coconino County. They don't believe that an area is served that really isn't. So we can make sure that nothing is missed throughout the county. So we're going through that stage right now. That ends June 15th and then gets finalized the beginning of July. Then, like you mentioned, in the fall, they're expecting around that September or October timeframe, the applications will be due. And then they expect a decision by sometime around the end of the year to hopefully contractually and be funding at the beginning of 2025. The good news is that we've been working with the state and the ACA for 6 months now, particularly on Coconino County also. And the way that the funding mechanism is set up is an unserved or underserved household in the county has to be addressed. So there will be funds going into Coconino County because that is the way the NTIA designed the program. There is no option for the state to say we're not going to fund a house in Coconino County. If it is underserved and unserved, they have to fund it. And so through this challenge process that we're in right now, we're going to make sure that the county gets the proper funding and that the state understands the needs to be able to build a true network to be able to last generations and generations going forward. And so it's a really, really exciting time, and we're in a great spot to be able to produce the best network that the state's ever seen.
Wonderful.
Thank you. I just want to say comment here. I think it's really needed. We really need broadband in the rural communities. And just between here and Flagstaff, there's like 3 dead spots that, when you're coming in and we don't have no reception. Have to stay parked and put until we can get our calls out or, information to where we need to get it to. So I'm really glad that, we're going forth with this, and hopefully, we do. Hopefully that, we address a lot of these broadband issues that we have as through this decision that we're going to be making here this evening. So thank you so much for your presentation. Any other comments by the board? Chair Vasquez.
No, I'm good. I'm sorry. I just didn't lower my hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
So I'm just really excited about this finally coming around and just everything that the challenges that have been in the way. And Navajo Nation has taken that exclusivity out of the wording that was in the way for with the Navajo Nation agreement with Arcadian. So that's really good news. And so I think that this is going to be, it really opens corridors that are running through the county. So I just want to appreciate you all working on this. Matt and Helen been working, just trying to envision how every household is going to get broadband or internet. That's just, yeah, I hope it happens. You know, all of Marble Canyon up in that area, nothing. So I just hope it happens. I just have to keep, I'm just gonna cross my finger and that's it.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move that we approve this item that is before us. I'm looking for it.
There's a second?
19.
Okay, item number 19.
Second.
Okay, second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? None. Abstain? None. Motion carries. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute bio, and then we'll get back and start again.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, so much for having me. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much.
We are down to the public hearing, presentation, possible action to adopt Coconino County Ordinance 24-2401, also known as the Coconino County Wildfire Defense Ordinance, and repeal of Coconino County Ordinance number 2022 to 04. 2024. Okay. So Wes?
Turn myself on. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Tim Carter. I'm Deputy Director for County Emergency Management. So you get me twice in one day. Thanks for taking the time to join us tonight. So tonight, we want to come before you again to present a proposed update to the county's wildfire defense ordinance. So the current ordinance has had some challenges, many unforeseen until implementation into the field. Some of the concerns voiced detailed some valid impacts to some of our commercial businesses, examples like landscaping companies, catering services, as well as our ranching communities' concerns who rely on campfires for cooking meals out in the fields. We also had some concerns from the Sheriff's Department and the courts. They both shared experiences where uncertainty in the language created some enforcement challenges. And after some just general public comment that we received over the last couple of years, we took that feedback to heart and conducted a comprehensive review of the ordinance for areas of improvement. So for tonight's discussion, you're going to hear me reference the current ordinance, which Vice Chair Begay, as you mentioned, is 2022-04. And a point of reference, the proposed draft ordinance before you tonight for consideration is 2024-01. And in keeping with prior versions and revisions, 24 ordinance would repeal the current 2022 ordinance. So as you guys heard us talk about today, earlier in our board presentation, we rely heavily on our partnerships. This review was not done in a vacuum. We leaned on many of our public safety partners to kind of come together in a working group to take a look at the ordinance. That included representatives from 6 different fire districts, the Sheriff's Office, the Coconino County the Coconino National Forest, and the Coconino County Attorney's Office. So a couple of things I will say, and you'll hear me mention this a couple of times, the changes to this ordinance are not really that significant. They're mostly wordsmithing, making things more easy to read, and better align with our regional partners. That's kind of the common theme going through. One of the things that does not change, and just to reiterate, the jurisdiction of the ordinance still applies to public and private lands in the unincorporated areas of Coconino County, does not apply to municipalities, does not apply on federal lands or on federally recognized tribal lands. So we wanted to take a look just real quick at some of the focused objectives for this safety group that met in January of this year. Our goals, we wanted to simplify the language, make it easy to understand, while aligning with regional rules and regulations, and also leverage the ordinance to encourage the public to take some proactive measures to protect their properties through like the Firewise program or other fuel mitigation programs, so that defensible space. So just a little bit of the housekeeping there. You can see the dates for the public posting of public hearing notices were posted a couple times in the Arizona Daily Sun. It's also been on the county website since February 16th. And also on our county social medias for that. We also had the opportunity to bring this up with community members at a couple of the monthly community meetings we've held in both Timberline and Doney Park, which you guys know have been severely impacted by wildfire recently. Our goal was to clearly engage the public as much as possible. We really wanted their input and their comments, and we appreciate their input and feedback for these. So let's talk a little bit about some of the changes to the ordinance. So changes in the proposed draft, again, are pretty minor. Most are in the structure and the language. We did add some definitions and tweak some definitions. The current ordinance references a, quote, developed recreation site. The spirit of the ordinance now, for us, is what I envision for that is like the public campgrounds at Fort Tuthill. You know, those are developed recreation sites. What we learned in the past is some members of the public could make a pretty good argument that their yard is developed, they recreate there, so it could also apply to their property, which kind of created a little bit of concern. So with the working group sat down and we removed the word recreation from that definition. So the goal to reduce wildfire danger, our firefighting partners noted, is we want that clear defensible space. So now instead of a developed recreation site, it just defines a developed site, which by definition in the ordinance, you guys can see, calls for clearing vegetation and combustible materials for a 15-foot radius around the source of ignition. So if you have a campfire, as long as you are have a 15-foot clear radius, that is an objective number. It's easy to understand. It's also easier for the sheriff's department to talk to someone at night and say, this is what we have. Makes it a lot more objective for enforcement there. It also goes to really solve the problem, hopefully solve the problem before it starts, of cleaning up your space. You know, we all know that, you know, wildfire, one of the biggest threats of wildfire movement, and they move fastest in those fine fuels, the grass, the leaves, the pine needles, which is why the communities all around Flagstaff have cleanup days. This goes to kind of further encourage that cleanup. One of the other definitions that we clarified is smoking. So while the draft ordinance now, it kind of talks about traditional, you know, pipes, cigarettes, you know, traditional, what we consider smoking that creates ash and things like that, and goes a little bit further to specifically exclude vaping and e-cigarettes so long as they don't produce any open flame. We did add in section 4 a new prohibited activity at the request of the sheriff's office and fire districts that now says, well, they believe it closes a gap where a renter, whether it be a short-term rental, long-term rental, may be given permission from the property owner to have a campfire or other activity that would be in violation of the ordinance. It now says that by authorizing or directing, the proposed draft now applies to those property owners as well as the tenants. It also strengthens the language to issuing variances. The new draft now allows Coconino County Emergency Management. It lets our department issue a variance to locations inside a fire district if that fire district is administratively unable to issue the variance and that fire district does not oppose that variance. So I want to make a very distinct clarification there. We as being emergency management, are not going to overrule a fire district. For example, if Summit Fire District is, for whatever reason, unable to issue the paperwork, if they say, yes, we support it, then we now have the ability under the ordinance to issue that paperwork, that variance for them. We will not issue a variance inside a fire district without talking to that fire district. And if they oppose, we are not going to step out of our lane at all and override that decision. Another one of the big changes is formatting to make the ordinance easier to understand. So currently in the fire stages, under stage 1, 2, and 3, the ordinance lists all the prohibited activities, then all the exemptions to those prohibited activities. So you have to look up here at the top, and it may say no smoking at the top, and then you have to go down to the bottom of the page and find out, but I can smoke if I'm doing this and this. The new format, it says no smoking unless. So the prohibition and the exception, as you can see, are right next to each other. It just makes it a lot cleaner and easier document to understand. So again, as I mentioned earlier, most of the ordinance remains unchanged. Most of the changes that have been made are in the stage restrictions. So under stage 1, if approved, the proposed ordinance now allows for wood burning fires during stage 1. This is in line with National Forest regulations and campfires that they still allow wood burning fires in stage 1. The fire, however, must remain in a developed site. Again, it can't just be anywhere. It has to be within that site that you've cleared from combustible materials. Another example that we found of inconsistency was a resident who has land that borders the national forest was prohibited in our ordinance from having a wood burning campfire, but just on the other side of the fence in the national forest, the visitor or camper in the woods was allowed to. It didn't really seem consistent or fair for our residents, so that we now bring this in a little more in line with the Forest Service. And then one of probably the larger oversights that we noticed was the current ordinance under stage 1 does not allow for the use of small combustion engines. Well, that includes your lawnmower, your weed eater, your chainsaw, things that you need to clear your house of vegetation. I don't know how many times we read that ordinance, how many different people read that, but that was an oversight that we finally learned. So the new ordinance now changes that and rectifies that. Obviously, the goal is to use that equipment to, to create that defensible space. We did also add, due to some technology changes and upgrades and incidents that have happened in the past, we did add prohibitions for incendiary ammunition and tracer rounds, which have shown to start wildfires in other parts of the Southwest. So very quickly, stage 2, as fire risk goes up, so does the fire stage. It's a little more restrictive, no longer allowing wood burning fires. Now it is just LP gas. Those still must be in a developed site. Typically, those are the devices that have that on-off switch. They're easy to turn off, easier to maintain. Stage 2 also does not prohibit the use of those small combustion engines, but it must be equipped with a spark arresting device. And typically most modern equipment, most small engines in the last 15 years or so are already going to come with those standards. So we're still able to clear our properties and create that defensible space. And then stage 3, as you see, maintains near zero exceptions for any prohibited activity, because we know that's the most severe fire stage. So we want to be very cautious and aware of the hazardous conditions during that time. So earlier I mentioned specific exemptions and the variance process. So a little bit of info on that. An exemption is a permanent exception to an ordinance if you meet certain criteria. So for example, the ordinance says no smoking, but allows an exemption if you are smoking inside a vehicle or within a developed site. So those are not, you don't need special written permission. It's already granted in the ordinance. Just don't throw it outside. You would think we wouldn't have to say that, right? We do. A variance is a case-by-case written exemption. There are times when someone may have a valid need or a valid reason to have a wildfire, or not, excuse me, to have a fire or combustible source of some type. Right now, that variance process is if you live inside a fire district, we are still going to ask you to reach out to the fire district. They're the best to know their specific areas and get that variance from them. Again, if the district is unable to, or if you live outside of the fire district, reach out to us at the county and we can help you process through that. So if we get a variance request, and I will say that in 2022, we only received 9 variance requests. In 2023, we received 0. So it's pretty rare that we get one. Our average turnaround time to review one is less than 24 hours. We typically do it that same business day or the next. We want to make sure people get responses back pretty quickly. And to do that, they first would fill out an online form, is the easiest and fastest way to do that. There's a lot of different requirements they have to acknowledge. Yes, I've read the ordinance. Yes, I have adequate fire suppression equipment, things like that. They submit that to us. We would then provide them a response in writing. Now, if someone doesn't have access to the internet, they can come in and fill out one of the forms in paper, and we can process it that way. Or even if they are too far away from Flagstaff and don't have internet access, they're free to give us a phone call. We'll help them complete the form over the phone and can process it that way. So we don't want any impediments to keep people from getting a variance if they have a legitimate need. So I believe that is it on that. So this slide, as we kind of wrap things up, I want to highlight again the cooperation and the partnership that went into this process. We brought all of our stakeholders together. We pretty much put them in a room, we locked the door, and we went through the 2022 ordinance line by line. I want to give special thanks to Heather Mosier and Abby Cook here from the County Attorney's Office. We kind of gave them a pretty big challenge. We locked them in a room with a bunch of firemen and police officers and said, we've got ideas and we have thoughts. Make this as legally sound as it needs to be in a way that everybody can understand, which is, if you have any dealings with that, you know it's not an easy task. I think they did a really great job with that. We want to thank the Coconino County Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Forest Service, Flagstaff Fire Department, Ponderosa Fire District, Pinewood Fire District, Highlands Fire District, Mormon Lake Fire District, Summit Fire District, and again, the County Attorney's Office for all their help. You know, while we know that no ordinance is perfect, especially given the vast size and landscape and topography of Coconino County, we believe that this proposed ordinance for you guys tonight presents our fulfillment of our objectives to make it easy to understand, cleaner for the public to understand, and puts an emphasis on preparedness and that proactive approach to safety that hopefully we can stop some wildfires before they even get started. I ran through that. I know it's getting late, but that's kind of the ordinance in a nutshell. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, the way it's set up, so I guess we can go ahead and open the public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and we will now be taking comments. When you're called, make sure you speak it and announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic clerk, Clerk Daly. Please explain how those in person here and those present virtually can provide public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. At this time, if anyone would like to provide comment on this public hearing, item number 20, specific to this item, you can raise your hand by hitting the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you join by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand. If there's anyone present in the room, you can come up to the podium to provide your comment. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we are asking that there be no clapping, booing, or shouts of either approval or disagreement from the audience. We ask that all attendees and speakers be respectful, that this is a public meeting, and avoid using profane, derogatory, or insulting language. Speakers will be provided 3 minutes each. If you could state your name and address for the record. At this time, Vice Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised in the virtual format or the telephone format. We have not received any comments in our inbox, and we do not have anyone present that would wish to provide a comment on this item.
We'll wait for a couple minutes.
And Vice Chair, as we wait, I will just also, for the record, note we did not receive any email comments on this as well.
We have no hands raised. It's just Angie out there in the virtual world.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. So at this time, I will be closing the public hearing process. Supervisors, are there any questions or comments?
Just real quick, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. And it looks to me like it is just, clean up, very minor changes from the prior wildfire defense ordinance. And it looks good to me. I have no questions and no concerns with the information as presented.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Hess?
Yeah, just real quick. I just have to say, because even last summer at my house, I'm like, can I have a fire? Can't I have a fire? What? So I'm glad that we've taken steps to make it easier for people just to look it up Because I even went to the county website and, okay, I got my answer, but this will make it better. So I appreciate the hard work and looking through it and putting the legalese to it, because you don't want to have a ticket when you're making s'mores. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you Supervisor Hess. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. I think that it's really good to go back and revisit and make corrections. You know, if we're constantly trying to see what the comments and how it works in everyone's lives. And so this is just correcting all of that. So that's really good. And then your variance and just really clarifying what's prohibited with exception. Why, you know, I think we still should say, don't throw your cigarette outside.
Agreed.
Thank you Supervisor Fowler. I just have one question. I think you've had this in here regarding religious ceremonies. I know there were requests that came through the past 2 years that I've been in the office. So what is going on with that one?
Great question, Vice Chair. Thank you for that. So right now, if someone wants to use fire for a religious ceremony, and we are in stage restrictions, they could definitely contact our office or that fire district for the variance process. I forgot to mention that of the 9 variance requests that we've received over the last couple of years, they're pretty much evenly split between commercial catering and religious ceremonies. I don't recall any of those being denied. Well, I take that back. The only one that we denied at the time was inside a fire district, which the current ordinance prohibits us from being able to issue the ordinance. They had to go to that fire district, and that fire district was able to grant that. So it's just the quick variance process that we're glad to help them out with.
Thank you. Chair Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the updated ordinance. I just wanted to say that it's nice and clear and concise, and so it tightened things up. So I also wanted to add that I approve of it and look forward to seeing it implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, are there any comments again, any questions by the board? There being none, is there a motion?
So moved.
The second, moved by Supervisor Hess and seconded by Chair Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, moving on. I am going to go ahead and have Steve, the county manager, come up and he has some
Thank you.
recommendations.
We do have a scheduling. We are going to be looking at your schedules this week. The recorder's office has requested an exec session as a follow-up to some elections litigation. And so we'll be looking at your calendars for setting a virtual exec session either on Thursday or Friday. Friday. CSA. So we'll look at Friday.
Okay, and
That's all.
what are the wishes of the board for items 22 and 23?
I'd love to adjourn.
So it's to adjourn.
Miss Vice Chair.
Well, we already
if I c-
voted to adjourn.
I just wanted to make
And-
an announcement before we did for Friday morning's Cesar Chavez breakfast at 7:30 at the American Legion. It's a fundraiser for the Legion. It's $15 for the breakfast, and it's sponsored by CHOC, our Coconino County Hispanic Advisory Council. So if you can make it, we'd love to see you there. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. So we're adjourned now.